and dozen more others seriously injured and homeless. And 2, generally the prevalence of buildings or immovable properties in the Johannesburg Central District, Region F, being abandoned by the legitimate landlords or owners and taken over by criminal syndicates or other groups, and leased out to and populated by tenants who do not have the means to afford other forms of housing without providing basic services such as water, electricity, refuse removal, and sanitation, and paying rates and taxes, the so-called hijacked buildings. And paragraph B, in the light of the above circumstances, make findings as to who should shoulder the liability of responsibility for the state of affairs, deaths and injuries, and draw lessons from circumstances, and taking account of the said investigation by the SAPS and other relevant competent authorities, make recommendations insofar as 1, the appropriate steps that must be taken and by whom; 2, any other matter that the Commission considers necessary or appropriate to address any relevant matter arising in relation to these terms of reference. The Commission is required to conduct the inquiry in 2 parts. Part A deals with the fire, its cause, and who, if anyone, must be held accountable for the tragic deaths of the victims and those that sustained injuries. Part B deals with the investigation into the prevalence of buildings being abandoned by the legitimate landlords or owners and taken over by criminal syndicates or other groups, and leased out and populated with tenants. Today's oral hearing is therefore intended to deal with the evidence that addresses Part A, being the fire at Usindiso building. The gamut of the evidence that will be presented at today's hearing will be dealt with by the evidence leader, Advocate Seminya. We apologize that we did not start on the 1st of October as we were meant to, but as we explicated during our media briefing last week, the delays were occasioned by administrative glitches which could not be avoided.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Might I just outline how we envisage going through Part A? I would be using a series of photographs that will at least cast a background against which the account will be given by witnesses down the line. What we propose to do is to give you video footage as well as some series of photographs that will advise what was the status of the building pre-fire and what was the status of issues post-fire. With your permission, Chair, Commissioners, might I call the first witness to the stand? That would be Director Rapulana Monageng.
Yes. Before you do so, may I just inquire if there are parties who may wish to place themselves on record?
I'm advised, Madam Chair, that it might be useful if each one of them comes to the mic and introduce themselves. That way, we will have them on record.
Madam Chair, if I may place both the Usindiso Fire Victims Support Group on record as represented by Norton Rose. I myself am Sivanya Subroyan on behalf of it, and I am as part of a team of advocates, including Advocate Michael Gwala and Advocate Samantha Martin. We'd like to place ourselves on record in that respect.
Thank you, Ms. Sobrian.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Candice Pillay from Norton Rose Fulbright, placing ourselves on record on behalf of the Johannesburg fire victims and residents of the Usindiso shelter. We act on a pro bono basis.
Thank you, Ms. Pillay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Siamo Sidumeli from Usindiso and Sinimeli Attorneys, representing the city of Johannesburg. I'm yes, accompanied by my colleagues from MNS as well.
May it please you, Madam Chairperson, Commissioners, my name is Jason Brickhill. I appear on behalf of the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa, SERI. SERI seeks to participate in the Commission in its own capacity, but also on behalf of the Inner City Federation, whom we represent. The Inner City Federation is a coalition, self-organizing coalition of tenants and residents of inner city buildings from over 40 buildings, and we will represent them too in the Commission. Madam Chairperson, I appear with my colleague, Mr. Skosana, who's present in the room. Other members of the SERI team will participate from time to time in the proceedings, led by our Executive Director, Nomzamo Zondo. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhill.
Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, I then beg leave to call Mr. Monageng to the stand.
Yes, you may do so, Advocate Semenya.
Madam Chair, should I administer the oath or you would?
You may proceed to do so, Advocate Semenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please give us your full names. Mr. Monageng.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Rapulani Monageng.
Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay, thank you. The witness has been
Thank
sworn
you.
in.
It's been duly sworn in, Mr. Monageng.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
I just want us now to deal with your personal details. I see you in emergency uniform. Who do you work for?
Commissioner, I work for City of Johannesburg, Emergency Management Services.
And what title rank do you hold there?
Commissioner, I'm substantively a Director of Corporate Services and Training Academy. I'm currently an Acting Chief of Emergency Services.
This is now for the period what as an acting director?
It's from the month of August up until October. As we speak now, it has been extended for another further 3 months.
You are familiar with the reason why we are having these hearings, are you not, Director?
I am familiar, Commissioner.
And there are aspects of what happened that you are able to enlighten the Commission with, am I right, Director?
That's correct.
All right. I would like us in the first section of your evidence to point you to certain video material commencing with a Google map and ask you to help us identify what we see there. I have before you a television monitor depicting a photograph. Do you identify that?
Yes, I do identify that. That is our former 80 Albert Street. It was called Usindiso House.
Yes. Might I
Which-
just ask that we switch our cell phones off, just so not to interfere with the evidence. Director, I'm with you.
Yes, what I'm looking at now, it's what we've named to be our northern face of the building, which is on Albert Street.
Okay, let me interrupt you. You describe the image as the former look of the Usindiso building, the subject matter of this inquiry, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It seems to have a date, that Google map. Are you able to discern what it is?
It's written May 2022 on the top right-hand corner.
So that would have been before the fire incident at that building.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And if I repeat what you say, that would be the northern side of the building. Is that right?
Correct.
And are you able to make any comment regarding the windows as they appear there?
Commissioner, absolutely. On the ground pedestrian walk, we've got windows that are tinted in black that we've labeled to be a basement in our own description. Just above that, we've got a floor, meaning first floor, second floor, third floor, including the fourth floor. This was a 5-story building, Commissioner.
Yes. Are you able to describe for us, whilst we're having that image, what would be at the bottom left corner of that image?
Commissioner, on the bottom left corner, what we've labeled to be the eastern side entry stairwell or door into the basement.
All right. Are you able to also tell us if this is the north-facing side, there are other sides to the building that you will deal with later, right?
Correct, yeah.
All right. Now, if you look at the foot of that image to the left bottom corner, what can you describe to be the image there?
On the bottom right corner, Commissioner.
Left corner.
Left corner. As I explained earlier on, Commissioner, that's an eastern entrance into the building. And if you go through that door, you'll get access into the basement of the building itself.
And the one on the bottom right corner of that image would be what?
On the bottom right-hand corner, it's got, that was the secondary entrance to the building that we've labeled entrance west on the northern face of the building. That is the door which members of public or the residents in that building, they were using it to gain access and ingress to the building. As a matter of fact, we've learned during the fire that the eastern entrance, it was closed off. It was not servicing the clients to gain access into the building.
And shall we go to the next folio of the images? Are you able to describe this one?
Commissioner, this one we've labeled to be the west side of the building or the west view, which is on Delvers Street.
All right. And shall we have the next image? It's a little blurry, but that's how Google Map has it. But can you recognize it?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. This is now the southern face of the building, which is on Melrose Street.
Okay. Unfortunately, on the Google map, we do not have the eastern side of that building, but are you familiar with it?
Absolutely, I am familiar with it, Commissioner.
What street would that be on?
That's going to be on Cross Street, Commissioner.
On
Cross Street,
Cray Street?
yes.
Okay. Now, subsequent to the fire that we will talk more about later, we do have a series of photographs that we took, and I would like to bring those forward. Those would be the images that we received from the attorney's MNS to which you would have had access. Shall we go there? We're seeing an image there. Can you recognize it?
Yes, Commissioner. This is the plate or the building plate that symbolizes Usindiso. That Usindiso was commissioned on the 26th of April, 1954. I can't read properly, but the councillor from the city of Johannesburg at that time, it was Mr. Shada, who was representing the city. But there's an official stone memorial placed on the western side of the building, Usindiso.
Right. So at least your evidence is that the building was commissioned in 1954 already.
Correct, Commissioner.
Shall we go to the next photo? Can you recognize that photo, Director?
Correct, Commissioner. To orientate ourselves, this is a north face, which is different from the previous north face that I've explained. And the reason is that post the fire incident, we had to seal the building to avoid members of the public to enter into a building and affect our investigation through the building. Exactly the same northern face, where you can see the bricklaying in front. It was used to be where those windows I was trying to explain earlier on, and I said they had a black sort of coloring on them. Today they've been masked on by a full layer of bricks in front of them. The building is sealed.
It is now cordoned off with brick and mortar now.
Correct, Commissioner.
Are you having any comment to make in relation to the windows as we see them there?
Yes, the windows you see them, the broken windows that you see there, that is going to be our first, let me just see, first, second, third. That's going to be at the first floor, just above that one. You can't see the windows actually of the first floor. They just, but what you see on the picture, it's second floor, third floor, and fourth floor.
Still north facing.
Say it again, Commissioner.
Still north facing.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Shall we go to the next image? What does that depict, Director?
Commissioner, as I said earlier on Google Map, we couldn't see much of this because it was taken on the 20th in the year 2022. But during our walkabout, this was on Melrose Street. As I said, it was on the southern side of the building. This was evident to say that the members of the building, they'll go and salvage the material you see there, meaning wooden boards and plastic material, to construct inside Usindiso building. Literally, the material supplier was behind the building on the south side.
Any comment you can make now relating to the nature of the material you have just described?
Commissioner, this is more carbonaceous material, meaning that this material is easily bent. It's plastic material, it's wooden material laminated in glue, it's plywood, some of them, and it's material not good for any fire source. It accelerates fire quickly. It's got no fire resistance whatsoever.
Suitable, not suitable for use in a building?
Absolutely, Commissioner. In particular, when you petition building, it's not actually recommended. And this is not because of us, it's because of South African standards that are saying that.
Yes, we will deal with those, but you are saying to us the type of material depicted on this folio is one not recommended for use for internal partitioning.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, shall we go to the next one? What does that one depict?
Commissioner, we are already now inside the building on the ground floor. The gentleman that you see wearing my uniform, he's symbolizing an emergency evacuation route. During the fire, that emergency route was closed off.
Meaning?
No one could exit through that door.
How was it closed?
It was closed with the very same partitioning boards that we've seen at the back.
Right.
Yes.
Next image. What does that signify?
Commissioner, what you're seeing there, we've put a gentleman wearing a lime reflective jacket, symbolizing one single door, which was then used on an everyday life in Usindiso building to evacuate out of the building or to gain access in the building. And during the firefighting or during the fire incident, all members of the building were forced to use that door to evacuate.
When you say all occupants in the building were to use that door, why was that the case?
Commissioner, this is not up to our South African standards. As I said earlier on the previous picture, that depicted emergency evacuation door, which had double of that size, so that when there's emergency, a volume of people could leave without any hindrance whatsoever. But what we've learned when you arrive on scene, that emergency door, it was then closed off. This was then a daily living kind of access to the building, which compromised, in our own understanding, the evacuation of the building in total.
All right. Shall we comment about the next image? What does that depict?
All right, Commissioner, this one, it's a picture on the 4th floor. It's a picture of emergency door that will lead you into a courtyard. During emergencies, if you are trapped, let's say, for example, on the 3rd floor, you cannot pass from 3rd floor to 2nd floor. You could go up on a courtyard and actually get a safe assistance from that level. It's one way of evacuating out of the building. What we've then since learned, when you arrive on scene, that door was closed with chain and locks. Firefighting and rescue teams had to break access to that building. And as you see, behind the gentleman who's wearing a green bib in a pair of jeans, that door has been broken off. The lock is still intact on the door. It was made on steel security gates, heavy steel security gates.
From a fire hazard perspective, what would be the problem with having a fixture like that?
Commissioner, this is a non-compliance practice of those who were residing in Usindiso. We don't condone, it's not acceptable to close off emergency doors with lock and chains, which are not according to standards. And to make things worse, this, even during the breaking part of it, no one could assist us even to open, to gain access into the building itself. It's relatively definitely against our South African national standards. In particular on what we call South African national standards 10400, in Part T, it's clearly prescriptive of saying how are those doors in terms of security. They're supposed to be maintained, they're supposed to be constructed, they're supposed to be kept open with no any obstacles whatsoever. Whereas of this one, Commissioner, it's locked. Therefore, you can't gain access either inside or outside.
Right. Just by way of comment, before we go past this folio of the photographs, did the firefighters know how to, or have even the key to that gate?
We've got what we call a universal key, Commissioner. We break access. In this case, we broke access even from the pillar of the door. That's what transpired there.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have gained access to the outside.
Absolutely correct.
Shall we have the next folio? Do you recognize that?
Yes, Commissioner, still on the 4th floor. What you can see there, Commissioner, what we've learned, every room in this floor had mateship burglar-proof doors, security doors, which made things difficult in our learning, and this is in different floors, whereby during the fire incident, members couldn't even leave their rooms. They've locked themselves into their rooms. And not only that, you'll see down the passage, you only see steel gates that we have to forcibly open them to make sure during our rescue and recovery that we sweep all the floors and we look for any possible members who might be rescued, who might be sort of collapsed, that will need our rescue assistance. And right through, and in our own industry space, and what we recommend to the communities is that the system and locking devices and means they've used here, it's not the one recommending of saying it should be easily be opened and with recommended locking mechanisms. Some of the gates here, they even had a chain and lock.
Mm-hmm. To state the obvious, what would a hazard like fire smoke do to impede exit and egress by anybody inside the building?
There's fire and smoke, Commissioner. During the fire incident, what is even worse is that we are all in a flight mode if our buildings are engulfed in fire. Worse off with this one, it's a high-rise building. Having these gates, and actually it was more on the 3rd and 2nd floor, where we found even on emergency evacuation route, there were gates that were locking in. Having to have that on its own, it creates much of a problem as well. As I said, it was a security part, emergency route was blocked off, members couldn't actually come out. Now, in this case that we're seeing there, it's one of the challenges that we're faced with. In particular to the issue of smoke, Commissioner, you could see there's a smoke damage in this building. Not much of a fire, but it's more of a smoke damage actually right through the building. This building, this floor, it wasn't a worse of damage as compared to other floors below this floor.
Okay, we'll go to those. Shall we now look at another image? Are you able to comment on what is depicted there?
Yes, Commissioner. In one of the rooms, actually most of the rooms, we found this kind of stoves. We call them in our sort of language, paraffin prime stoves. What tends to happen and what we've learned during our own sort of investigation is that when there's no electricity in that building, people will use these kind of stoves to cook and to make sure they have something on the table to eat. And in our industry, we desist members from using the stoves because of, in most instances, that are the cause of fire. That is what we found in the building itself. And even consider the stove itself on top, the top pot supporting structure, it has rusted through. Meaning if you put a pot on this kind of stove, it can either collapse or the stove can collapse, fall on its side, and actually start a fire in the same space.
And the use of paraffin?
Commissioner, we know paraffin used in good hands, it's safe, but also paraffin when there's kids, it's not managed, it's a fire hazard at all respect.
Thank you. Shall we go to the next folio? Do you recognize that?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
What is significant?
Commissioner, as I said earlier on, every door had steel barrier gates. West of this one, this is an emergency evacuation route. That says on the left side of the door, if you evacuate on the left, you could go to other lobbies to evacuate to a safe space. If you go on the right-hand side of the gate, you can go to another lobby to evacuate to other space, even in front of that. All that in the picture you can see, they've got steel gates, and during our own investigation, we found those gates were locked. Some of them were open, but this is definitely against 10400 South African national standards, part T of saying how to block off those kind of areas in a plane. Therefore, this is an evident issue of saying the housekeeping in terms of fire safety it wasn't adhered to.
In the event of fire, what would that present as an obstacle?
Absolutely, it's an obstacle. Actually, it makes this kind of space a dead end. What I mean in a dead end, Commissioner, if you are trapped in that space, smoke can trap yourself in there, heat can trap yourself in there, you won't go anywhere.
Shall we have the next folio? Do you recognize that?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner.
Can you speak to it?
Commissioner, this was supposed to be an emergency evacuation route. Where the arrow is pointing, it's a room built inside an emergency route. You see where the cream board is, to the left side of the cream board, that's where the door frame ends. Just passing the arrow point, that's where the door frame ends. It's maroon in color, right through out of the picture. The cream wall, the cream piece that you see there, it's a wooden plywood used to build a room behind this in emergency route. As I said earlier on, emergency route is supposed to be clear of any obstacle so that during emergencies you could be able to evacuate. But in this case, the emergency route was made smaller, meaning members couldn't evacuate as quick as possible. That room on its own, it actually doesn't conform to our standards. The housekeeping was definitely poor.
In broad general terms, you have been to site. How would you describe the confinement within which a particular family lived in that building?
Commissioner, there's a picture whereby it was mind-boggling to realize that members even took a bathroom and converted it to a living room.
And what would have been the case in relation to the use of that bathroom, now converted bedroom?
Worst of it, Commissioner, when you look at the bathrooms, they don't have normal opening windows, meaning that should a fire start in that bathroom or something happens in the bathroom, the smoke traveling patterns becomes a problem. That means smoke cannot evacuate out of the building so easily because people already built something. Literally, bathrooms add more fire load into the building. They were not supposed to have so much fire load. It now exacerbates even the problem further. Not only doing that, some petition rooms, they were as small as 2.5 by 2.5 meters, and also demarcated using material which is substandard and without any proper ventilation. And this now talks to the issue of the pattern of the smoke and the heat, how it travels. Now, if you block emergency routes, you are saying to us, I'm blocking off the movement, the normal route of the smoke to travel in this building. Henceforth, I said to yourselves earlier on the fourth floor, you could see most of the smoke damage. Also in the same space, smoke will go with heat that will experience in the same space as to say that.
So there would be heat, smoke, and fire that are a hazard in that type of environment.
Absolutely, Commissioner, yes.
Shall we have a look at the next image? Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Are you able to comment on it?
Absolutely. Commissioner, this is the inside of the room I was just explaining now. I'm now in the inside of it actually there. What I'm trying to show, they're peeling off using a small pocket knife. We're peeling off a wooden material which was laminated. This is a common cause in this building that was used to partition that building itself. You can see how the workmanship is in this building. When you look at the top of that door of this room, you could see the maroon color. That depicts this was an emergency route which was blocked off.
And those nails we see there?
The nails that we see in there, Commissioner, it's another proof of saying it was actually nailed into a support structure at the back, which was also a wooden piece actually in construction.
All right. Shall we deal with the next image we have?
Commissioner, in this picture here, The building, when it complied, it's supposed to have fire extinguishers. In this case, where the first arrow is pointing, it used to be a fire hose reel, which was supposed to have a hose reel, a hose, and a nozzle. Not only that, with a pipe supplying the water into the hose reel. What you see now on the other picture, other arrows, we're supposed to have 2 hanged fire extinguishers, portable fire extinguishers. Commissioner, those extinguishers, they were missing. Not only that, it's an order of the day right through all the floors of the building. You couldn't find any portable extinguisher in that case whatsoever. Just on the bottom of the same picture, Commissioner, where there's a green part, the pipe that transport or takes water to the fire reel, that water pipe, it was cut off, converted for domestic use. Therefore, that is against also our practice of building regulations under Part T. You may not use fire suppression instruments for consumption. In this case, it's water. It's definitely against it going forward then. And actually ask the question, when there's a fire, how will you extinguish the fire actually going forward? Because it's already converted. And what also affected us, Commissioner, the same nozzle that you see there, it's what you call a one-way pressing nozzle. The one that's the same they're using for high pressure systems. That means when you plug something into it, it then releases water. When you plug out that instrument out, it shuts water. You can't open it manually. Now, literally, even someone who wants to fill a bucket, they couldn't go and open and say, let me fill a bucket when extinguish the fire itself. You can't do that. Therefore, the engineering here, it's so much sophisticated that it actually works against the residents of this building actually on the same space.
Once it is disturbed as you describe.
Absolutely.
All right. And the material behind that fire hose reel, what are you saying about that material?
The material of the fire behind the hose reel, it's a full, proper construction, original structure of the building. Brick and mortar, straight on. In this case, Commissioner, this was an emergency route. This wasn't obstructed, but definitely that wall itself, it's a solid wall.
And what would be the ordinary use of portable fire extinguishers?
Commissioner, portable fire extinguishers, they're portable by nature to allow you to quickly access to it, take it, use it proper, and you've saved the fire incident. Of the nature of saying, in the case of carbonaceous material, in our industry, it's a first line of attack. Definitely, normally say it's called a dry chemical powder. Most of them are plus minus 9 kg. They hang for plus minus 1.5 from ground, so that any adult person can be able to access and reach. It was also supposed to be marked just above it with proper signatures, proper symbol that says fire extinguisher is here, with the red and white South African standards regulated sort of placards to indicate where the equipments are. But what you found in here, there was none of those.
And what does that translate into for the firefighters and the occupants of the building?
Commissioner, obviously for the firefighters which come outside, in cases of this nature and what we've learned through the town, through the city's incidences, we come prepared. We bring our own equipments to negate this. But this was supposed to be a proper compliance issue for the first line of defense, for the members. Now, can you imagine if I was a visitor in this building and there was a fire, being a trained officer, I would have wanted to reach for a fire extinguisher there, but there's nothing. Then what's going to happen? It's another different situation as well. Then. Therefore, the members in the building, they didn't have means of firefighting, which originally in this building, it was there. But due to vandalism and other means and source, this was actually rendered not to be present.
The next folio, do you see that one?
Yes, Commissioner. This is what we've learned on the second floor. Commissioner, this was on the east side of the building. This is a stairwell that takes you from the fourth floor, third floor, second floor to the fourth floor. What we've learned is that in a stairwell, stairwells were converted to become living rooms. What's in front of us is brick and mortar, which was used to block off a stairwell. This was someone's room. At the base of the stairwell, There's a bed mattress which has since bent, and through investigation we realized that this is someone's room. Somebody was living there. Just behind this brick wall, there's pots, there's electrical stoves that have bent down, and as a matter of fact, when you go on the other side of the building, you'll also see the door frame with a welded metal piece which had a board behind it, so that you say somebody wants to come from the third floor, can't access into the second floor because somebody lives in there. That on its own, Commissioner, it's a problem for us. When you want to evacuate during emergencies, either from a second floor to third floor to fourth floor to third floor, this route is blocked. You are forced now to go on the western side of the building, and unfortunately it happened, members were forced to go to the western side of the building, and some of them perished through the route. Literally, this rendered a hindrance, blocking of emergency route, and not just simple brick and mortar.
And that stairwell would, once barricaded like that, would stop access to which other floors?
Commissioner, as I said, this, we've learned it was from the first floor, second floor, third floor, till to the fourth floor. This is how stairwell looked like. They were blocked off. This was a living space on the stairwells. And in terms of you accessing those floors using this side of the building, on the eastern side, you couldn't at all. West off during emergencies, you couldn't even use this kind of system to come down to rescue yourself or to save yourself from the cause of fire.
You call it a living space. By that, you're referring to people who would use that space as their room.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Shall we have the next image?
Commissioner, this is a corridor, again, inside an emergency route. To the dead end of the eastern side of the building, what we're depicting there, we're depicting a wooden material which wasn't even well constructed. Now, this material has actually since broke off from a pillar supporting this wooden board. Now, that on its own tells the Commissioner, if the building is dark, you can't see this. It's a trip hazard. Not only a trip hazard, it's a fire accelerant when there's a fire in that building. Without that material, it's easy to catch fire. I said earlier on Melrose Street, on the picture I've explained earlier on, that was when the supply was coming from of this same material. This material, they'll get it from that side, come in here, construct whatever they're going to construct inside the building itself, and make different things on a point. If you can see, Commissioner, also on the right side of the picture, there's a gentleman standing there holding a torch. Now, this building didn't have electricity after the fire. You can't just walk in there without anything as a source of lighting for you to be able to see. We had to use torches just to find our way into the building like this. Worse off now, during the fire, where people are panicking, that door hanging like that, somebody can also get injured in the same space. A trip hazard, a fire sort of accelerant, and not according to standards going forward. Thank you, Commissioner.
And whilst there, what was the state of load shedding on the day?
Commissioner, I can't recall the state, the load shedding state in
that neighborhood. Was there electricity in the surroundings?
Absolutely, Commissioner. What I'm saying is, before we left the scene, around about 7 o'clock, it's 19 hours, the day of the fire, we then had to ask Joburg City Power to come and electrify the street lights. The main stripped while we're doing the firefighting, and it was an instruction to ask them to switch off electricity. Was of we didn't know whether there is illegal connection, which might pose danger to own firefighters. But when we left the neighborhood, people actually, they were even celebrating and said, you brought light to us. Then when you asked them, but why are you behaving like that? They said, no, we used to have electricity in this kind of place here.
All right. let's comment on the next image.
Commissioner, the same message goes even right across. If you can recall, during the inspection that we're doing here, I said to the colleague that are accompanying us, we're going to look for a room. And members kept on following me, but there was no room that they found. We found rooms, 2.5 by 2.5, made ship. Some of them had even doors of this nature. It's a chain with a lock. Unfortunately, Commissioner, my picture appears on that door. Can I just request the member just to remove my picture at the corner there so that you can see, there we go. It's a full chain at the corner there. That means the owner of this room will lock inside or will lock himself outside in a building that is in a dead-end zone. Therefore, the material also used, it's wooden cheap material or wooden plywood material, and this was actually what people were using actually to make their own space in that place. Literally, Commissioner, I'm saying we found rooms or dwellings made of this material in a room which was like an open space. It was supposed to be one room, but eventually it was converted to different rooms, which were made not in according to standards actually going forward. And this standard, I mean South African National Standards 10400, Part T, part of it actually going forward.
And 2 by 2, you mean meters?
2 by 2 square
dimension.
meters in meters, yes, that's the size of a room. Literally, Commissioner, you'll fit in there one single door, one single bed into that room. Actually, as a matter of fact, there's one room whereby there's a bed inside. You couldn't walk next to the bed. Literally, you open the door, you're already in a bed actually inside there.
That's how some of the rooms, how tight some of the rooms were, correct?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Let us have the next image for your comment.
Commissioner, this was now on the 3rd floor. On the left side, as I said, we've used plywood here to construct. You can see the gentleman who walks in there. The passage is small, can only allow one person. Now, if you have to walk there, 2 people running away from a fire source or fire incident, your space is being diminished. And that is the material you can see on the same space. One person at a go can fit in a passage. Not 2 people can fit in there. This on its own, Commissioner, it also renders the building to have more of a fire load of this kind of material on a point.
And that should have been operating normally as a corridor.
Not a corridor, Commissioner, per se, emergency evacuation route.
And the comment you can make on the wire against the window to the right of that image, what do you say about it?
Commissioner, this wire, it's an indication of saying the building, they were using electricity. How they've connected electricity, we don't know. But in the construction and in safe housekeeping, you don't allow live wires, open wires to be used in this case. Just above the gentleman's helmet, there is also a wire, electrical wire that feeds either from the left or the front or to the back. But there was a couple of these wires right through the building on the same space.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to some of those images showing the loose electrical connections that were in the building. Shall we now comment on what follows as an image on your screen?
All right, this picture here, Commissioner, as I said earlier on, we're now on the other side of the building where the gentleman sitting there pointing, that is an emergency route with a fire door. Fire door, Commissioner, has 2 swinging doors, either inwards or outwards. One side of the fire door was used as an anchor, as a member to support this wall, which was constructed using wood material. That on its own, as I said earlier on, it made the emergency route to be smaller. We've now constructed using wood, which I said earlier on, it's substandard. That on its own, it shows you the building complied by having these fire doors Therefore, this is not rendered, this is now rendered not an emergency route at all.
Now, in the ordinary course, a door of that nature, emergency fire door, would serve what purpose ordinarily?
Number one, Commissioner, this door is put in place so that if there is any fire, that side of the building or that side of the room, that door being swinging freely, it wouldn't allow any heat, apologies, it wouldn't allow any heat, any fire, any smoke to travel through. It's got also what you call a fire rating. When there's a fire experience on the other side of the door, it can't transfer that heat and actually accelerate the fire to the other side of the door. Now, in the absence of that door, fire will move from one side to the next side without any kind of stoppage or any kind of barrier. Therefore, this renders what? Fire can go from east to south, west to east to west, north to south, without any blockage in your point. Therefore, this door is used to what? To block off a particular area.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And as you found it, it couldn't?
Not at all. Couldn't even, actually, the structure built inside, it was causing more of a problem now in a sense of transferring the fire and being a heat source. This is actually the case in question.
Shall we then have the next image for your comment, Director?
Commissioner, what we've also learned, as I said, people were building inside the emergency routes. On the top of that picture, you'd see a red hose reel sign with a portable fire extinguisher with the arrow pointing down. Commissioner, the board in front of us has since closed off a hose reel. Now, typical example, this one, they've constructed this room in emergency route and blocked off emergency equipments that were supposed to be used for firefighting. And a case in question, there's a sign that tells you down here there is a fire extinguisher, down there's supposed to be a hose reel, so that when you're looking for these kind of things, that direction will then tell you where to grab it in the same space. In this case, you can't even access it. It's blocked off. It's inside someone's room now.
Yes. And you say the material used there would also be combustible?
Absolutely, yes.
Shall we then say something about the next image that is going to appear there?
Commissioner, I said earlier on, I think this was in the second floor, yes, where we've learned that a bathroom was converted to a room, a living room. But not only a living room, Commissioner, this was converted to a spaza shop. When you see on the picture, there's layers in front of us. On the left side of the picture, those were shelves used to store material or goods sold. At the same time, you can see there's an electrical plug or electrical socket brought through the window in there, which is an illegal connection in our industry. And inside bathrooms, you'll not find any exposed wires. For the same reason, in the bathroom, that will going to get humidity. You might even have the water splats. While you're showering, while you're bathing, you can electrocute yourself. But this one now has been converted to a living room in the bathroom and a spaza shop.
And the spaza shop was on what floor again?
Commissioner, I think spaza shop was on the third floor.
Yes, let's have a comment regarding the next image.
Commissioner, this one, it was a door on the third floor as well. This door is in an emergency evacuation route, leading you to stairwell to evacuate downstairs. When you look at the picture, there's a green man running. We call him a green man running.
All right.
Symbolizing emergency evacuation route. Behind the green door, there's a still locked security gate. You cannot leave from here, from the outside, to get to the stairwell access. Definitely, you are blocked off by the steel gates behind this kind of door. Literally, when you've got emergency on the other side trying to come to the stairwell to evacuate yourself, this is rendered not serviceable for you. You'll be trapped inside the building.
And that steel gate would not have been part of the original building, would it?
Absolutely. It makeshift steel gate. That's what we've learned, Commissioner, and it was locked.
Yes. Shall we comment on the next image, Director?
Commissioner, again, on the third floor, behind that steel door, in emergency route or evacuation route, that's where we find this firefighting service, water suppressing equipment. On the right side of the picture, where the green wall is, we've got what we call a water main. That's where firefighters come and connect their hoses when they do firefighting in the building. What we've learned there is that the hose reel in front of us, this side, it was used for domestic use. And what was evident for us, there's a table created there with a bucket. The hose reel, has been cut short to be able to supply water into the bucket if you want to maybe harvest some water for yourself.
And therefore not available for fire rescue purposes.
Absolutely, Commissioner. That was not available for any usage, in particular to firefighting.
Shall I have your comments in relation to the next photo or image now shown on your monitor?
Thank you, Commissioner. We're back. Commissioner,
All right.
as I said earlier on, during emergency, any evacuation route should be free of any obstructions. What we've learned, even in this building, emergency routes were used for storage of boxes. Some of them, there was also a heavy plastic material present. Now, this is evident if you have to walk through this kind of passage, you'll have to overstep those boxes, let alone during the fire. Not only that, that material during fire will accelerate the fire and make the situation even worse. You can see even the steel gate, Commissioner, on the right-hand side. If things were normal in our own space, that gate will then swing, closing the emergency route, full on. The maroon gate you see on the right-hand side, the swinging pattern comes all the way to the yellow pillar or to the gray pillar, rendering to be closed and be blocked off. Therefore, you can't go that side of the building or this side of the building. You'll be in a dead end. In fire situations, we'll have to find means to break off that gate to access where you are to rescue you. Now, if the fire happens next to those boxes, you'll end up dying in a fire situation that you've trapped yourself in that building. Whoever was residing in that side of the building or this side of the building, they cannot pass through that gate, which is against our standards.
By this side, you mean on either side of the red gate, am I right?
Yes. Let's say the red gate was swinged closed. That's what I'm actually explaining. And already itself is an obstruction during the emergency route.
I invite you to comment on the next image that you see.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. You can see on the top of that grayish door, there's what we call also a running man. Running man symbolizes to us an emergency route. That emergency route, Commissioner, was blocked off with boxes, was blocked off with plywood. You couldn't actually use it in a point. Now, when you look through that emergency route, unfortunately, some members might not see, but when you look through the door, you could see the stairwells on the other side. That means that if you go through this door, you're already on the stairwells, you can go outside the building. But this door, when it's locked, you can't even access the stairwells on the other side. And officially it was meant to be a green man running, that means it's an evacuation route, follow that green man and exit your sub out of the building. This was blocked off.
As you say, by use of that material that is flammable,
Absolutely, Commissioner.
and access to the stairwell could not be gained.
Absolutely, yes.
I invite you to comment on what appears in the next folio.
Commissioner, here it was on the ground floor. We've since learned that ground floor there was a construction of informal settlements in a way, or shacks. That were plus minus 3 meter by 3 meter, constructed of also wooden material. Actually, where the Metro Police officer is standing forward to a lady with a blue helmet, where the foot is touching, this used to be boundaries of that room. Inside there you can see a stove, inside you can see a mattress that bent. That was what was actually constructed in that area. Totally against our own standards. And what you also learned, there was not only one kind of this material in that building, there were plenty of them. Constructed using also the very same material, wood, cheap boards, and plywood boards, and laminated wooden boards, also using plastic material. All of this creates what you call a heavy fire load.
There will be evidence that that ground floor, by way of example, would have had shack dwellings accommodating over 200 people. Is that consistent with your observations?
Commissioner, exactly, it's consistent with observations. Because of when you look at the floor meterage of that size, I'll easily count 70 meters by 70 meters in how broad the floor, how big the floor was. And I said earlier on, Commissioner, this is the floor, ground floor. When you use the eastern door, you'll gain access to this floor. But that door to this floor was blocked off.
It was blocked off, you mean it was locked?
It was locked correctly. And as a matter of fact, it was used during firefighting, but after a heavy braking exercise by the firefighters. They had to break entrance through that door to be able to fight the fire in this floor.
It was forcibly opened.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Let's have your comments in relation to this image now.
Commissioner, this one, it's a picture that you've seen on when I was orientating the house of Usindiso. I mentioned the southern side. Where, Commissioner, you sent to us, the Google couldn't give you a nice picture to see it from the top. There was a blaring part of the building. But when you look on the bottom part of the building, you could see a heap of waste. Now, this what you're seeing, you see it from the inside on the first floor, which symbolizes the housekeeping was bad. As a matter of fact, that heap was burning. Also, during the fire, it was still burning. Therefore, literally, if it was that kind of housekeeping, we had a time bomb in our hands. If somebody could slide that heap, that fire from there could actually, from where it is, radiate into the building through the window panes in there and also cause another fire on its own.
As we see the image, that waste would have been on the outside of the building as you see it.
Not outside the building, Commissioner. Bear in mind, what I'm looking at here, it's another kind of, how can I put it? It's more kind of a U structure inside the building, but not in the floor part of it. It's like literally, it's here, but weight is dumped here, but into the structure itself.
Inside the structure, that is.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Director, you have compiled obviously more or less about 70 frames about which you can give us evidence, am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
But for the purposes of the hearing, we only dealt with those images to which you testified, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
Chair, fellow commissioners, I'm indicating that we do not intend to traverse the entire photo album, which more or less says the same thing as the director is telling us. What we do say, though, is that all the material, all the 71-page photograph album is made available to members of the public. It's available to the legal teams that are here, and we intend ultimately to make it an exhibit. If that is agreeable, Chair, fellow commissioners, that's what we intend doing, not to go through all the images.
Noted, Advocate Siminya.
Okay. Now, Director, just before we break, we are now going to be dealing with your own observations on the day. Is that right?
Correct, Commissioner, it's fine.
May I ask that it be convenient, Chair and fellow commissioners, that we take the tea adjournment?
The court will sorry. The commission will adjourn.
So you said Guni is going to... You and I have just explained various images of the Usindiso building, and you have helped us understand what was depicted on all of those. But as we say, in quantity, they go well above 70, right? All right. Now I want us to deal with the other aspect of your evidence, which is what you would have observed on the day being 30 August of this year.
Commissioner,
Right.
it was on the 31st of
31st.
August. Correct, yes.
Yes. Now, you have already told us, Director, that you are the Director, Corporate Services and Training Academy, and the Acting Chief now of the Emergency Management Services for the City of Johannesburg, right?
That's correct.
And you are in your acting capacity, which is now being extended by an additional 3 months, being the Acting Chief.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right. Now, in your statement, we cover various aspects about how the structure of the EMS is composed of. We also will try to deal with the history, in short, of the building and to the extent that is relevant for the hearings. Are you with me?
I'm with you, sir.
We'll also try and deal with the compliance, non-compliance of the building as you have in part testified, and give us your personal observations on the day. Shall we cover those?
Correct, Commissioner. Go ahead.
All right. I don't think there is controversy that the Usindiso building is situated at 80 Albert, corner Delva Street, Marshalltown, Johannesburg, right?
Correct.
It is also a 5-story building belonging to the city of Johannesburg.
That is correct.
It's under the authority of the Johannesburg Property Company, SOC Limited, what we loosely refer to as the JPC.
That is correct.
At the time of the fire, you say in your statement that the building was illegally occupied and what is otherwise referred to as a hijacked building. Just give us a broad understanding of what it is that is referred to as a hijacked building. I think it's a term of art.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. In our industry, a hijacked building, it's a building that when you go and inspect at the fire department site, you cannot find the owner, or the owner cannot be located. There is a residence in the building. At times, they obstruct our activities, and issues of fire safety becomes a problem. Typical example, in the building, people will scavenge door frames, they'll scavenge door window handles, anything that is brasso. Now, unfortunately, our firefighting equipments are made of brasso, some of them. They'll also scavenge those kind of activities going forward. Now, being a hijacked building, as I said, when you do an inspection of that building, you need to build rapport with the owner and inform the owner of saying, on such and such a date, I'm coming do an inspection to your building to make sure it complies with our South African national standards. And we do it annually in those buildings. Unfortunately, in this case, not once, not twice, in different attempts, we couldn't find any owner of the building. There were residents in Usindiso, but couldn't pinpoint to us and say, this is the owner of the building. Yes, we knew it belongs to the city, but it's a challenge as well. Not only that, we said to ourselves, let's make sure that we go there and make sure that members actually comply. We were chased away in the year 2019 when we attempted to assist in this manner.
Chased away, you mean by who?
By the residents of Usindiso building. Not only doing that, when I say we, I mean the fire department fire inspection officers. We then reported the matter to what we call GFIS. It's a department in the city of Johannesburg called Group Forensic and Investigation Division.
Okay, just hold it. Repeat that acronym.
It's called GFIS, yes.
Standing for?
Group Forensic and Investigation Services.
Okay, you reported this to them?
We then reported the matter to them. Then a joint venture or a coordinated approach was then put in place to go, number one, to go to Delvas, find out who are the people that are residing in there. Not only doing that, in our own space, we had to look at the fire compliance part of things. And the team that went there, it comprised of members from Johannesburg Police Department, there were members from South African Police Services, there were members from EMS, there were members from GFIS, there was also what you call ward councillors. The day in question, plus minus 70 people were arrested. They were handed over to the police services, and there were two gentlemen who were the, I'll say, the rent collectors or the kingpins. Then the matter was left from that point. Fast forward, Commissioner, we then learned to say that those members are back on the streets. There is no case to listen to. Then that is when our hands were tied officially. We then said, from the fire department, we're risking our lives to go in the same space where people do hostile, number one. Number two, even if you want to inspect this kind of places, they don't even permit you to go to the building itself. Therefore, we're putting our lives in danger. As a matter of fact, Commissioner, Usindiso is one example. There's plenty of the buildings in the city of the same nature that is forever affecting us as a fire department, that we're trying to make sure that they comply. We cannot just get access into them. What's even worse, Commissioner, is that when the building is being hijacked, it becomes a fire time bomb. In this case, I've demonstrated earlier on also the firefighting equipment gets stripped off. Emergency lighting in the building gets stripped off. Actually, Usindiso was still intact when you look at the stairwell. Some buildings, there's no barriers in the stairwell. Literally, if you step off on the 5th floor, you'll end up in ground zero, dead. Not only that, the housekeeping is a problem. We forever fight fires in the spaces because of buildings have been hijacked actually going forward. Now, to make even things worse, police were saying to us, these buildings are also an element of criminal activity. That is where it is in the same space. And when you look at it, Commissioner, we've got what you call public information and education resources. It's called PEER under EMS. The PEER division...
just say it slower.
PEER, meaning public information, education, resources.
Yes.
That division is under what you call a fire safety unit. Fire safety, they do what you call pre-incident planning. Literally will identify a building, then request members in that building to come and attend our training. Training, we're trying to equip public members how to behave, how to housekeep their own sort of space. Usindiso was a difficult building that we never even got access even to call the members to be educated. One simple reason, they just refused to engage with us. But in most of the informal settlements, we've got access into them. What councillors assist us to have access with the communities, we're forever actually educating them. And this education is so key that we're saying to them, it might take us 10 to 15 minutes to come to your rescue. But while you're waiting for us, you need to do certain things, actually, as a matter of fact. Therefore, Commissioner, in total, what I'm trying to say is Usindiso was not close at the hand reach. We couldn't access them even by mere public education system that is within the EMS. We couldn't even access the building to make sure the building complies. It's a challenge, Commissioner, going forward. Literally, then it confirmed of saying, should the building be hijacked, what are you living with? These are the challenges.
Yes. And to the history of Usindiso, we know it was for Native Affairs at a point of construction. It morphed into various use. Are you aware of shall I call it, its recent use?
Commissioner, in my early days in the EMS, while I used to drive behind ambulances and ferry the injured patients in town, we used to pick up injured, pregnant ladies that will go to hospital for delivery. Usindiso, eastern side of it, it was a clinic. It was a public servant sort of space where people go when they're injured, when they're sick. On the western side of it, Commissioner, it was used to house victims of abuse, meaning kids and females. That's what I knew Usindiso is. As soon as you get a call and you've been told, please rush to Usindiso, there's a patient. You will even question what corner street is that. We knew exactly where it is. And it was a pillar and a place where we were actually so much happy that when you go there and pick up the injured or the pregnant ladies, they were well in a good state in terms of saying they were well receiving the services from us. It was then a shocker when you go there the next time you get this hostility. The question was, now what has happened? That is the thing then, Commissioner.
And tragic as it turned out to be, the name Usindiso would have been a reference to the home of the abused women and children.
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, shall we talk a little bit about the general outfit of the emergency medical services, the EMS, abbreviated, of the city of Johannesburg? Relevant to our conversation, there are 4 core functional units for the EMS, right?
Correct, Commissioner. It's called Emergency Management Services.
Sorry, yeah,
Correct,
Emergency Management Services.
Yes. We definitely have got different directorates. Amongst them, I'll start from my level at the Chief's office. We've got a director reports to the Chief for strategic support in the Chief's office. We've got a directorate responsible for operations. In operations, those are the teams that will go out and do firefighting. They'll go out to do rescue, any form of rescue, either being medical, being building collapse, being water rescue, being vehicle involved in a car accident. Predominantly, those are the guys on the forefront that will go and respond to incidences. When you pick up a call and say, I've got an emergency, that will be the team that will respond to yourself and come and help you. In the past years, before 2019, we used to run medical emergency services as an agent base under Gauteng Provincial Medical Services. That has since ceased with the new regulation. The function is now residing under Gauteng Emergency Medical Services. They're the ones, when you phone for an ambulance or you phone for a medical incident, they'll come and actually assist. We also have what we call Corporate and Training Academy Directorate. Commissioner, that is the corporate space that we deal with, also training of our firefighters. From just a man on the street, I'll use the word loosely, to become a professional firefighter. From a man on the street to become a professional paramedic. Also, it's got an element of rescue. You also get taught by us in our own process to become a specialized rescue service. Once you qualify with us, we then give you back to operations to become a rescue specialist in a rescue force in operations when there's incidences. Now, why I mention this one, Commissioner, that our firefighters get taught and we make sure that upkeep in terms of qualifications and training, they're in that space. There's also another directorate, we call it a Fire Safety Proactive Services. Proactive, Commissioner, means that in our value chain, and I'm going to say emergency value chain, we've got what we call pre-incident preparedness. We've got the incident alert. That means members of public are phoning us. We respond, we contain, and we rehabilitate. proactive services are there to make sure that proactively they contact members of public. Commissioner, for example, I said peer earlier on. Peer, it's under proactive services. That the ones who will go out and train the members of public to make sure that members of public know the fire danger and the fire risks in their own neighborhood or in their own space, and they train them to certify them to our own standards. And not only that, peer division commissioner are the teams that will go out and say there is a building to be constructed in the city. When a member wants to construct a kind of structure, they'll prepare building plans as per our own city bylaws, as per South African national standards. They then submit it in the building control office in the city. The teams from fire safety, they then sit with the team and they will evaluate your plan. We evaluate these plans according to legislation. We'll then make comments. We can either approve or disapprove certain plans. Then what you call a building control team or fire code application team. Also not doing that, these are the team that says if somebody wants to transport dangerous goods, wants to store dangerous goods, they'll then go to that team, they'll then give them certification and say yes or nay, and they'll inspect frequently to make sure that people keep up to the bylaws of the city and legislation of the country going forward. Commissioner, those are the ones, but also in the outreach of the community to make sure the communities are trained, we've got also under the training school what we call commercial training school. Members of public that once come in taught in first aid from level 1 to level 3. Those want to train to become fire marshals to comply according to health and risk standards. They come to us, we teach them. Those are the different units. But not only doing that, Commissioner, in EMS, it's one leg in public safety. Public safety has got EMS, one leg. Public safety has got disaster management, one leg. It's got Joburg Metro Police Services. It's got also what we call licensing. Therefore, why I mention the issue, Commissioner, is that when you respond to incidences, we touch base to each other. For scene safety, police will protect us. For incident management, firefighting, firefighters will do it from EMS. Post-incident management of the victims, disaster management will assist us on an incident. So that even if the incident escalates to become a disaster as per the Act, we've got a team that will do that. But not only doing that, disaster management even themselves, they've got also a leg where they go out and teach community members of disaster-related risks in their own area. And in this case, we're trying to make the members of the community be resilient so that an incident should not become a disaster. And in disaster, we've got what we call man-made disasters and natural disasters. And the studies have shown us, I've said, the disasters that we've been seeing prevalently lately, they're man-made. Henceforth, they go out there and teach the community and say, what you're doing here is not according to the book. Please desist and let's advise in 1, 2, 3. Then you'll see a fine line between disaster management and peer, and also in terms of fire safety. But what's the reason of this forces, Commissioner, is to make sure that members of public are made aware and have been taught in those kind of prescripts to avoid any loss of life, to avoid any loss of a building during a fire or an incident. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, just as you are there, in relation to firefighting protocols, are you able to tell us something about alarm 1, 2, 3, and etc.?
That is correct, Commissioner. The City of Johannesburg Fire Brigade Services is classified under category 5A. 5A meaning that the city has to have a risk metric. Literally, we'll sit as a collective with other supporting stakeholders. We'll then draw what we call a risk metric. The very same risk metric gets fed to disaster management as per the Act. We've got what we call disaster risk management plan.
Right.
Then in so doing, we then comply with that. That means we know where our risks are. We then put measures in place through a process what we call integrated developmental plans, either to go and build, either to go and educate, either to go and do whatever. But there's a process that we have to undertake to make sure those risks gets attended to. Not only doing that, Commissioner, we've got what we call equipment and vehicle program in place. In this case, meaning that when you respond, you need to respond with vehicles that are on the road, that are fit for purpose, and that are deployed accordingly. Now, as you said now, in the city, do you have a system in place? Yes, we've got a system in place. What you just said now, Commissioner, we've got what we call a command center, Emergency Command Center, now renownedly named to be an IIOC, Integrated Information Operations Center. Emergency center for taking emergency calls, it's in that room. Whereby when you pick up your phone, you phone us, we then speak to us directly. That's where it is. Now the alarm one that you're asking now, Commissioner, it's in that space. The team in the control room, they've got what we call predetermined assistance system. So that when a call comes in, they'll then take a call, scan it, and determine what level of assistance is needed from us. Not only at a command center, the teams being operations team, they've also understanding what does a PDA means. Meaning that if the control room sends me out, as I said in the value chain, you've got pre-planning of an incident, you've got a call coming through, you need now to respond. These two committees need to understand each other. If I say I need a fire engine to go out, being in a control room, the team will know what fire engine must go out. In my screen, the computer, in my systems in the control room, I'll know where my vehicles are. What kind of vehicle must go out? What are the capabilities of these vehicles on a point? Now, let me zoom this kind of discussion, Commissioner, to Usindiso building, which was in the epicenter of the city of Johannesburg. When Usindiso fire incident came in, the call came in different ways. Came through a telephone call was received. It also came through a video footage whereby in the IOC, one member doing surveillance in the city, they saw members jumping out of the building. They then alerted us and said, people, there's something abnormal in that building. We're also confirming with the caller that phoned us and said we're asking for assistance. That was when the calls were summoned. Now, in this case, Commissioner, that's what we call Alarm 1, when the members were sent out. Now, in the epicenter of the city of Johannesburg, around Usindiso, house, we had 5 fire stations. When I mean 5 fire stations, Commissioner, I mean firehouses that could respond to Usindiso from different angles.
Shall we mention which those are?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm going to start also using the cardinal points. On the eastern side of Usindiso, as I said earlier on, showing the building itself, we've got 2 fire stations. On Commissioner Road, we've got one, it's called Fairview Fire Station, which is plus minus, I'll say, give and take in a pace, plus minus 8 kilometers from where Usindiso is. We've got another one called Malvern Fire Station, which is also just a bit southeast of Usindiso building. We've got another fire station called Terfontein, just off Ilov Road, next to Racecourse, Terfontein Racecourse. We've got a fire station there. Let me go also towards the west, or I'll say towards the west, northwest of Usindiso building. We've got what we call Brixton Fire Station. There's another fire station in the north side of Usindiso called Berea Fire Station. Therefore, Commissioner, these are the stations that if I'm in a control room, I will know if you say Usindiso, I can tell you which one is the closest. In the day in question, the first responding station was Fairview, which was on Commissioner Road. They responded, not only one fire station responded to such incidences, 2 fire stations responded. Them responding, they responded with specialized vehicles, fire engines. Not only specialized vehicles in there, they're responding with firefighters that are equipped, well-trained, that are capacitated. Commissioner, I need to mention this one and say our firefighters, they're dually trained. Because of our mandate is to save life, number 1. Number 2 is to save property from destruction of fire. In this fire engine, you've got 5 firefighters with an officer. That means 6 members will respond on Alarm 1. Now, in this case of Usindiso, Alarm 1 came for 2 stations to respond at a one go. And this is not because of me, Munache, that says that. We're guided by the South African national standards. It says a building risk category of Usindiso, it needs 2 fire engines to respond. Indeed, in the day in question, 2 fire engines responded.
Those 2 fire engines, when they get out, each fire station must have a minimum of 5 firefighters. Those fire engines were equipped with minimum of 5 firefighters, actually 5 firefighters with additional officer each vehicle. Literally, the first responding teams, there were 12 members at go. All right. But then on alarm 1, they then move out, Commissioner, going to the incident itself.
Would it have anything to do with the fact that Usindiso building was a 5-story building?
Correct, Commissioner. Being a high-rise building and out of categories, I said Usindiso was category A, meaning in the risk categories under national standards, it says you must have certain number of vehicles, you must have certain number of personnel, and those vehicles must be able to discharge certain number of extinguishing media. That is exactly. Now, Usindiso being a 5-story building, Commissioner, the commanding officer and the control room operators, they also dispatched what we call a ladder truck. A ladder truck, we use it for easy access of different levels. As I said to you, Commissioner, when you come from outside, you need to come equipped to this kind of a structure. We don't rely to anything. I said earlier on, when buildings are hijacked, you are lucky if you still find the stairwells. At times, it's dead zone. You can fall and actually die in the same building, as they say, being a firefighter trying to save someone's life. But we come with our own equipment, and we try by all means to be self-sufficient and to be able to contain the fire going forward. And this one is within the alarm 1. Then also, Commissioner, this alarm 1 is what we call predetermined assistance under national standards. Well, then when the officer arrives on scene, then question on this one, the first arriving officer, he was 8 minutes on scene after the call was made. Him arriving, he then made an assessment. Then they raise alarm after doing what we call scene size up.
Scene size up, yeah.
Yes. Scene size up, that's literally saying when you arrive in, the first arriving officer under our procedures, you do a scene size up. You don't just engage your equipment. You firstly size up and say, I'm looking at the wind direction, I'm looking at the extent of the fire, I'm looking at what can I protect, I'm looking at other exposed dangers in the scene. Then you engage your team and say, these are going to be the process we're going to follow. Then you plan how you're going to execute your activities or duties. That is within what we call alarm 1. But then once he has done that, during firefighting, then the officer raises alarm 2. Alarm 2 says that I can't contain the system with its resources in front of me. I can't contain the fire. He then raises an alarm and say, I need more additional resources. Resource in this case, you need also experienced officers, senior than you. You see, we're also working different ranks. In this case, the officer who was on site, he was qualified to be a platoon commander. He was commanding his platoon. He then resumed to be an incident commander, meaning the 2 stations will then report to him to coordinate this incident. He then set up a command post with the team that whoever comes to this scene, being an official, being a member wants to assist in this fire, can report to him, identify who they are, and he can say, yes, I'm happy you are here, assist us in fighting the fire. When the police arrive on scene, they'll report to him and say, how can you assist? You say, I want you guys to do a crowd control for me, block this side, block that aid, do this, come report back to me. Metro Police the same, disaster management the same, councillors the same, members of public, those who got a status, they'll also go and report at the incident command post.
That would be alarm 2.
That is alarm 2 now. Now in alarm 2, Commissioner, not only that on its own, in the command center also, there's other members being activated, whereby this call, Usindiso, is being isolated now. It gets its own attention, not to affect daily operation in the control room. There's members that are on standby that will respond to the control room and take over only Usindiso, because we don't know how long it's going to last us. That's why it is in alarm 2. You call in additional resources, you call additional manpower with capacity. Should anyone once come and report it, you establish what you call a command structure or a system in the same space. And in so doing, doesn't only end at alarm 2. Bear in mind, when members responding, they're coming from home. They have to go and warm up their vehicle, jump out of their pajamas, put on their uniform, come out on the incident. When they arrive, give and take 30 minutes to 45 minutes, they're already on scene. When they're on scene, they report at the incident commander. You've asked for my assistance, I'm here, how can I help you? They then re-strategize. A then question, I was told to say that when the officer, senior officer arrive on scene, He then requested a ladder truck to be repositioned because of, in his observation and experience, he felt it's fit in that kind of case. And the team agreed. That was a change of plan. And they actually went on in firefighting. That's the point. Then also, the arriving officer who comes in there, he then becomes a senior officer. The first officer hands over to him. In this case, indeed, the incident was handed to the arriving officer now, the second one. This officer, within certain sort of his own assessments, having a brief, he then said, this incident actually qualifies for me to also move to Alarm 3. Alarm 3 then tells you there's other additional resources needed in the point. This is just not a normal firefighting, 1 story, 2 story. The fire is really getting bigger and bigger. Then went to alarm number 3. Even in alarm number 3, you also activate certain resources. Human resource, extinguishing media, specialized service in the point. Now in alarm 3, that is when they've asked for a specialized rescue team. And while I'm mentioning the specialized rescue team, we've got what we call Northview Fire Station, which is on the northeast of Johannesburg, close to the N3. That team, when they come out, they come with a vehicle called a heavy rescue vehicle. Meaning heavy rescue, they've got all what it takes, state-of-the-art equipment. Should they need to do any rescue, those guys are trained from a station, they're only specializing in rescue. They came out, and the task was given to this specialized rescue to become what we call Rapid Interventions Team. Commissioner, let me also explain the jargon here. Rapid Interventions Team, this is the team that will sit outside. They're protecting the firefighters that are doing the firefighting activity. Should any one of those firefighters get trapped, get injured, this team, they'll rescue one of their own. Not only doing that, while we're doing firefighting, there's supposed to be what we call a rescue action that's supposed to take place. This team here will then go in a building during the firefighting, go and search for people that are trapped in this building. Now, can you imagine what I've shown earlier on? In a structure of that nature, where emergency routes were not well demarcated, there was obstruction in there, it's going to be a tedious process for this rescue team to go and look for possible live victims in that building. And they went through the building, Commissioner. What actually took the teams off mind was at first floor and second floor where the fire was engulfed. That's when they started picking up a lot of bodies. People that perished due to the fire, but it was in a rescue sort of activity in the part of things. That is still in alarm number 3. But not only doing that, the incident commissioner went on up until alarm 4, meaning that all the forces in EMS were alarmed for Usindiso. And that I'm saying, Commissioner, even myself, I don't respond to any incident, Commissioner, especially after hours, because we've got teams that are well capacitated, that are the first responders. By the time they contact me, Commissioner, it's off an assistance, it's off permission giving, it's off actually me supporting the team, and it's off me going out there and assisting in unified command. My assistant commissioner, when I got a call, before I even leave my house, I already made calls to the neighboring municipalities. And one of the neighboring municipalities that I phoned, the fire chief, Mr. Makubalo, who's a chief of Ekurhuleni Emergency Services, I then asked assistance from him. I said, Mr. Makubalo, we know what happens in the city. We're busy fighting this kind of structure. Doesn't look like the structure is going to be, the fight is going to be contained not sooner. But not only doing that, we'll need more water volume on the space. He then asked me, what can I assist you on? I said, can you maybe allow us to use your fire tanker? He then availed a fire tanker to us. And while I'm doing this one, Commissioner, in Gauteng, all municipalities have got a memorandum of understanding. So that when the fire goes out of hand, or when we want to contain a particular incident, we call and we actually activate other sort of departments to contain this one. Quick response, quick containment of the situation, we're saving life and property on the same issue. Indeed, Ekurhuleni came out with the resources, they were on ground. Therefore, it was a good call made by who? Alarm call number 1 officer, call 2 number officer, call 3 number officer. By the time it gets on my side, system's already on ground. That's how it is, Commissioner. And this process, what I'm saying to you, Commissioner, is that in any incident that happens in the city, there's a system to follow. But also in these different alarms, there's also a role to play in terms of incident command. Bear in mind, I mentioned officers are coming. Incident incident being so small is now expanding the command of this incident. Different sectors are coming through, different people doing certain different things. Now in this incident, we had also a medical team from Gauteng province that will report to the incident commander. and say, incident commander, I've since moved so many people or so many patients to the following hospitals. I've since received services from a private medical services assisting us. They've moved patients so and so to such and such a place. The police from their side also, they'll say, we're going to bring in an incident investigating team. They'll come in. Now, in the medical side of Gauteng province, we've got what we call a forensic and pathology department. Now, having to realize in the Usindiso building, there were members already perished during the fire that were already rescued and put them outside the building. We had to call them in and say, we've got now victims that have since burned. Can you please help us in your expertise? Pathology department will come to the VOC, or what we call a JOG, Joint Operation Center, or VOC meaning the Venue Operating Center, or in our own language being a vehicle or area, we call it Incident Command Vehicle, ICV. Everybody will report in there, they'll identify themselves, they'll be briefed, they'll also tell us how best they can assist us going forward. That is the order of the day, Commissioner. To say that the scene has been coordinated, the scene is well controlled in this case, the scene is being taken care of, we know who's where and how on a part of it. That's how actually everything unfolds. Now, the issue is one, on the alarm system, that's where it is, Commissioner, for that purpose actually going forward on the same space.
And that would have been in the ordinary course of firefighting, depending on the severity of the emergency. But can you confirm whether all these alarm stages were invoked relative to the fire at Usindiso?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
All right. Now, in broad terms, again, I invite you to tell us what the broad legal mandate of the EMS is. Are you able to tell us that?
Commissioner, let me start with the appointment of the fire chief. The fire chief is appointed as per the Fire Brigade 99 of 1987, which is part 5 of it, or item 5, that says he must be a competent member of service, qualified, and fit for purpose. And in so doing, he should also be able to appoint firefighters that are well trained, that are well capacitated. Not only doing that, he should also have resources to be able to respond to incidences.
Now, speaking
Commissioner,
about yourself, if I interrupt you there, that is the position you hold in an acting capacity, right?
correct, Commissioner.
And you would then have to qualify as the Fire Brigade Act would command you do.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, you may proceed.
But then in my space, Commissioner, it says he must be competent. In this case, I'm well vested in EMS. I've got qualifications. I've got Bachelor of Technology in EMS, or what we call in fire technology. I'm a qualified advanced life support paramedic.
What does that entail?
It means that when the teams go out in a paramedic fraternity, we've got different levels. We've got basic paramedic assistance teams, we've got intermediate assistance teams, we've got advanced teams. Now, when a member comes to your house, it goes back to the alarms, Commissioner. When the member at basic comes to your house and he feels that the case in question needs more assistance, he then calls for alarm 2. Alarm 2 will be intermediate. Then I'll be alarm 3 being advanced, meaning that I'll come and do advanced medical procedures. I'll come and do advanced medical pharmacological administration up until to Schedule 7.
i.e. administering whatever medication is required.
Commissioner, some of the medications we administer, they are paralytic. Some of them, as I said, they're up to Schedule 7.
Whew.
Therefore, that's where how serious the profession is.
Yeah.
But then, Commissioner, the issue of credibility in this case, it talks to my experience as well.
Right.
I'm a fully urban search and rescue qualified, aquatic rescue qualified, medical qualified, fire and rescue qualified with experience.
And your experience is how many years?
Commissioner, I have 23 years of service in emergency services.
Okay. Now, you were just completing a description of what legally would be the mandate
Yes.
of all of this?
All right.
Say that to us again.
Then, Commissioner, on the same time, it's how the fire department chief gets appointed. Now, fire department discipline, it's being established according to Schedule 4 of the Constitution of the South African government. Not only doing that, Commissioner, the City of Johannesburg chief, he has been mandated, he has been designated powers, meaning designation, that means the minister has given the City of Johannesburg, so you're a chief now, you've got a designation of this area. Anything in City of Johannesburg, it's mine. Meaning that the responsibility that I've got, I cannot share it with anyone else. It's been given to the fire chief and say, you'll manage any risk that are fire-related, that are medically, that are fire and rescue related within your own space. Whether being hazmat, being firefighting, being rescue, it's a mandate given to me. That means City of Joburg has got what you call a delegation by the minister himself. And what it does is it's been designated to work within the prescripts of the City of Joburg or jurisdiction. Now, designation of services, Commissioner, it's under Clause 4. That means, Commissioner, no one can just wake up in a corner of the street and say, I want to become a fire department. This is a professional service, legislated, and the Brigade Act says you must be designated. There's also what you call, Commissioner, non-designated services. In this case, I'm going to use the word loosely here. I used to work at OR Tambo as a fire chief. When I got OR Tambo being Johannesburg International at that time, they had a designated service, meaning they could leave the airport space and respond to Ekurhuleni emergencies. When I arrived with limited resources, I then apply for my non-designated status, meaning I could only respond in the precinct of the airport. But in so doing, I didn't negate my responsibility to the public. I had an MOU with the Chief of Emergency Services in Ekurhuleni. That means if he's got anything outside the airport he wants my assistance, we'll then discuss, we'll then allow him to use our resources, and we had an agreement in a point. That's now a non-designated status. Joburg where it is, Commissioner, we've got MOUs with other municipalities as explained earlier on. That's where it is, Nana. Okay. Now, legislatively, Commissioner, in this kind of case, Joburg, it's under that legislation I just explained now. And also, what we've done in our own space, as I said, Ellen Commissioner, we've got what we call a risk matrix. And this risk matrix wasn't just created by ourselves. We've got also partners. CSIR are the one department or one unit that we've used as a city to assist us in establishing how we operate. They've advised us in the research of saying, you need to build fire stations in your peripheries. In the past 5 years, Commissioner, we've commissioned 5 fire stations, one being Cosmo City Fire Station, second one Protea Fire Station. We're now in due course going to commission a third one in the epicenter of central City of Johannesburg. It's called Central Fire Station. Now, Usindiso, if it had to happen somewhere in February next year, we'll be having 6 fire stations responding to it.
Right. And attached to your statement would be an organogram that describes the EMS as COJ, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
The ones we have before us are not sufficiently legible to project on the screen. Okay. But again, we're inviting anybody interested and wanted to know which part says what. We remain available to help with that. Now, the history of the building as we have described, you have testified to that. Am I right, Director?
Correct, Commissioner.
And somewhat in your outline of the photographs, what they depict, what they show, you have dealt with a whole range of things in that regard. Am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
But now I want to invite you to deal with your own conduct on 31 August 2023. Can you tell us where you were?
Commissioner, I was at my house. I reside 35 kilometers outside the precinct of City of Johannesburg. I got a call, Commissioner, around about 2 o'clock in the morning,
just to alert me to say that this is what we're sitting with, meaning we've dispatched teams out to Usindiso building. We've seen members jumping out of the building. The building is engulfed in fire. We've got resources that have been dispatched. And I was also comforted, said what resources were dispatched. I then asked the control room in our system, what more additional resources do you want? They said to me, we're still waiting for the incident commander to tell us what more additional resources actually is needed. I then asked the control room, I said, that's fine, anything that you need, I'm available. Commissioner, around about 3 o'clock on the day in question, I got a call as well, confirming that, say, we've now escalated the issue to alarm number 3, we need more additional resources. My question was still the same, how can I best assist you? And the incident commander by that time, he then phoned me directly. Then he said to me, I'm going to need more resources. I said, what additional resources? He said, that we need to activate the MOU with other municipalities. I said, that's fine. It's your call. How best can I assist you? He then said, I'll need, if needs be, additional sort of resources. In this case, I'm actually now preempting and thinking forward. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, early hours of the morning. The water pressure into your system, you're getting good water supply at that time. Because people are sleeping at that time, factories are not working so hard in terms of extracting water for us. They have the pressure in the hydrant system, recirculating system, it's okay. But he said to me, around about 4 o'clock, when I hit a dead end, the water pressure might drop, so people have woken up, preparing themselves to go to work, preparing themselves for breakfast, factories opening, this and that. Can I please have a plan B of having a water tanker next to me? There and there, Commissioner then phoned the chief of Ekurhuleni and asked him for his services. The two of us agreed on the phone. I phoned back the control room and said, I've spoken to the chief, please liaise with your own control room in Ekurhuleni, and you guys must make it happen in a point. Indeed, Commissioner, that was made to happen in the same space. But, Commissioner, at that time, my mind was wandering in the same space. I was kept abreast of what's happening. What perturbed me is when I switched on the TV, I saw one of ourselves, Mr. Robert Mulawitsi then, reporting of what has happened. In his reporting, was already claiming that we've since rescued or went and recovered 20 bodies that have since perished. We're now in a count of 45 people taken to hospital that jumped out of the building. Commissioner, it was not a comforting space on myself. There and there, I made means of making certain calls in the same space. Behind the scene, I'll become a small control room. I'll unlock certain assistance from different people. I'll phone certain chiefs in Gauteng, make them aware of what I'm dealing with in Joburg, check with them if there's resources to assist me. Then that's what I'm doing behind. So that if I go on scene, we don't just wait for something to happen, but we plan ahead of things in a point. In this case, it's resources. In this case, the commanding officer said, I need more of what? Of water supply. In this case, the water tank was made available actually from Ekurhuleni. But then there in the same time, Commissioner, I had to make means of now thinking out of everything. The call is on me. I must also make a call to my principals, make them aware. Principals in terms of saying my line of reporting, also my political line of reporting on the same thing as I said. Then media was already telling the public what are we dealing with. But also I had to prepare myself at the same time, which I've confirmed. I had to leave my house, come out to the incident itself.
Principals, you mean who?
The principal in this case, Commissioner, the first line of reporting for me is my head of department. Then if I can't find my head of department at the time, or head of department will then inform our city manager. That is my line of reporting in the same space.
In this instance, who did you find to report to?
Mr. Mkabela, being my head of department, then I asked him whether I will be able to phone the city manager. He said, actually, I will phone the city manager to speak now. Then he phoned the city manager now.
Okay.
Yes.
Then you arrive on site. This is now during the course of the morning. What do you observe there?
Commissioner, arriving on site, just approaching the incident, the traffic was gridlock. There was a lot of onlookers who couldn't just pass. Now, unfortunately, the car that I'm driving is not red in color, doesn't have any red lights, it's not an emergency car. I'm just like a member of public. As I said, I'm not a first responder. I had to observe the rules of the road and get there safe and sound. When I got on scene, I went to the incident command post, as I said.
introduced myself. I was well received on the site. The incident commander said, "Can I please brief you of what has transpired?"
Just hold on. That would be who?
At that time,
commander.
incident commander was Mr. Masinge.
Masinge?
Yes.
Okay.
Who was a director, proactive services. He was an incident commander at level 4, at alarm 4. My apologies then.
All right.
Yes.
Any resources that you encounter on your arrival at the scene?
Commissioner, where I'm reporting at, as I said, I had to report the incident command. The team already established an incident command post using incident command vehicle. There was not only one, there were 2 of them, those vehicles on site. On the left-hand side, when I was looking at the building, looking toward the south direction, there was a ladder truck on my left-hand side doing firefighting. We call it an aerial firefighting. Behind the ladder truck, there was a fire engine. I could see hose, snakes, different lines running to the...
What do you call snakes?
It's like the hose when it's laid on ground, Commissioner. It's like piles of hoses, pressurized, pumping, supplying. It was people hard at work.
Right.
In front of me, it wasn't much of flames. It was more of smoke that was coming.
Right.
Live flames I couldn't see at the time when I arrived on scene. Then I asked the gentleman and said, "But now it looks like the fire is out." They said, "Yes, the fire was contained within 4 hours." I said, "But then why so much hose?" He said, "No, sir, we're busy with what you call dumping down."
Dumping?
Down.
Dumping
down is our term in fire sort of space. When you finish extinguishing the real flame that could actually grow or we call flare off, you have to do what you call dumping down. Dumping down is an exercise whereby you're exposing any material that has potential of reigniting, but at the same time, you're also doing rescue. You're still looking for people that might have been trapped, they might have done this in any point. There's activity. That means it's like a firefighting, but you're not doing active firefighting. Literally at that time, you'd say, "Let me now extinguish and cool down." It's cooling effect of the incident itself. Mm-hmm. Then I asked the question now, what's happened? He said, "No, fire was contained on the 3rd floor. Fire never even went to the 4th floor. Nothing in the 4th floor could say it was a real, it was mostly of heat damage, smoke damage, and that's it straightforward on the point, which was evident even on my pictures actually they're on the same space. But that on its own, I then asked actually, where did the fire started? Which access was used? And it's told fire started on the ground floor. Access east wasn't used when the firefighters arrived. They've used access west, and again entrance. 2 teams were fighting from the western side, 2 teams was fighting from the eastern side. Okay? I then asked actually, while we're sitting here, did a Kuruleni fire engine arrive, water tanker? They said, yes, it's just behind the building. I was taken to the south side. When I arrived that side, I found the Kuruleni Fire Department team that were coming from Hlahatse Fire Station. They were there. But also I witnessed what you call a heavy rescue team. I witnessed an air truck. Air truck on a site, Commissioner, is a vehicle used when you do firefighting. The cylinders that you have to put on your back, that you have to breathe fresh air in engulfed space with a lot of chemicals. We call it a breathing apparatus, self-contained breathing apparatus. It's like the diving cylinders. That truck is used to pump those cylinders, to fill them up, so that while firefighters are doing activities, they could exchange their cylinders while the fire is still continuing. Now, during dumping down, you must actually put a cylinder, because you're exposing more chemicals that you might actually inhale. Air truck was on site. But also at the same time, there were medical teams from Gauteng province, there were medical teams from private sort of services, and I could see there was a barrier tape blocking access to the area. There were police, there were JMPD. You know, sitting from behind, you could see different principles from different disciplines. I could then understand, actually, this is well coordinated in a part of things on a point. Then I was taken to the building, Commissioner. And being taken to the building, same entrance on the western side, I was taken all the way to the top floor. I was taken on the courtyard. I was shown entrance to the building, how it was gained. I was taken to the 4th floor, to the 3rd floor, 2nd floor. I couldn't go much because it was still hot on the 2nd floor. But I could actually orientate myself what was transpired in the point then. Then I went to the incident command board where I could read of saying, so-and-so arrived at this time, so-and-so moved patient from such and such a place. They were sent to this hospital. I could even see the count of the victims. At that time, Commissioner, was on site. I could count close to 55 victims. that were already counted and say these are the people that have since perished in this fire incident itself. At that time, we're counting 45 also of the members moved to hospitals that were injured.
Right. In summary, we have a visual impression of the firefighters on site, the various necessary trucks on site, those unfortunate victims who perished who are now outside, those who have been rescued and taken and ferried to the various hospitals in the vicinity.
Absolutely, Commissioner, yes.
What do you then do next,
Commissioner,
Director?
I then ask the incident command officer to actually, as a matter of fact, it was the three of us, the first arriving officer and the incident command, that went up. But something that perturbed me, Commissioner, that when we get to the second floor,
Yes.
the first arriving officer said to me, this is where we found most of the bodies. They said to me, there's a body while we were doing the firefighting, it got plus minus 11 bodies inside.
Right.
Then I wanted to go and have a look at them, but there was still that issue in a point. I said, look, I'm not going to go on the side. Let me allow things to unfold. I could see the later stage in a point. Then I asked a question, but why so many bodies in the same space?
Yes.
I was then shown the cage gate, security gate, in the corridor in emergency route. They decided we had to force open these gates, which were blocking the corridor, meaning you couldn't walk from east to west without passing these gates.
Those are the gates we dealt with earlier in the day in some of the images you spoke about.
Not those ones precisely, Commissioner. There were gates in the corridor. Those were in the rooms. In the corridor, there were gates. And in my explanation, I was told, remember, this used to be a shelter for women and children.
Right.
Now they said, being also converted to a clinic, safekeeping of this area. You log kids, you log parents in demarcated areas.
Right.
Now, during this process, those gates were locked. People couldn't go this way, couldn't go that way, because they were trapped in this space here. That's how it is.
What I'm trying to establish is, do we have an image of that in the 71-odd file or not? I'm still going to...
Commissioner, on the second floor, when you can see our pictures, we couldn't find more of steel material. I was told also, after we've handed this incident to the police, members of public went in there and salvaged some of this material actually going forward. Those gates were taken. And when you see even on the second floor, even the door frames were stolen. I don't have pictures of that.
No, that's all right. We are happily going to get the evidence of members of the South African Police Services who have also taken various images of the building. We'll get to that.
Okay, Commissioner.
You then go through the building. You see the number of bodies that are lying outside. Do you know ultimately how many of those you were able to verify to have succumbed to the fire?
Commissioner, you know, in my head, I could end up to 50. And I thought to myself, this is it. The numbers wouldn't even go more than 50 in a point. But I was then surprised. The number went up when the firefighters were going, rescue technicians going to the building, retrieving more bodies. Not only that, Commissioner, not just retrieving bodies, they were retrieving body parts in the building itself. I then said to myself, you know, we've done active firefighting, we've done dumping down, we're now retrieving bodies and body parts. Day in question, activity went on, around about 15, 16 hours. We then requested an assistance from police services to bring in the K9 unit.
Right.
The search and rescue dogs. And the reason why we bring these dogs is that with our own eyes, with our own physique or human pathology, there's nothing we can pick up, meaning the scent, but we tend to trust our canine friends. And that was the reason actually for me to ask them to come on site, to come and sniff, identify where we can find body parts, and take those body parts and give them with respect to the pathology department. But that exercise couldn't carry on long because of the surface in those buildings was still hot. Then the teams requested and said, can you please maybe go on and come back first daylight the next morning, meaning on Friday. That happened, Commissioner. The incident was then brought to stop at 19 hours. K9 unit went home. The next morning they continued actually doing the search with a team from EMS, Heavy Rescue Team, with the Fairview Fire Station. And indeed on the next day, Commissioner, they also discovered certain body parts which are handed over to pathology department and they could account on the same space. But Commissioner, I'll say an excess of 50 people were accounted for, and unfortunately that was the situation then going forward.
The terms of reference tell the number 77. Are you able to comment on the correctness of that?
Commissioner, you see, as I said earlier on, the number went above 50. But if it's a terms of reference, I'll undertake to say that this is what I also read on the media. They're saying the numbers are 77. But I think, Commissioner, exactly to your question, the person who can actually give a proper account on that, it's the Department of Health. That part resides in a space that they want to pick up the bodies. I might actually, from my side, go from now and say they've picked up maybe 77. But if they've confirmed with the Commissioner, I'm happy with that one.
Well, I thought to elicit from you that, and we will lead the evidence later, that the body part that was counted to constitute 77 of those was later identified with another body, and that it is 76 whose bodies were found, and that is the number of the people who perished.
Commissioner, if I'm correct,
is that familiar?
It was 76 bodies on site, and 1 body succumbed to injuries in hospital. That brought the number to 77.
Yes, so you're not familiar with what I'm outlining to you?
I'm quite familiar, Commissioner. I'm quite familiar, yes.
That there was a human limb, the arm,
correct,
which was initially thought to be a limb belonging to somebody, bringing the count to 77, but later investigation with analysis has revealed that limb was belonging to one of the bodies that were found.
Correct.
Totaling 76 in all.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, in your statement, you also detail a whole number of things that were there. I'm just trying to interrelate your statement with the evidence you already gave us. Things like the spaza shop that was inside the building. You deal with that in your statement, am I right?
Yes, I dealt with it, Commissioner.
And to deal with, again, as you say, the resources like the K9 coming from the SAPs that came to help do the finding of human remains that were in the building.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Now, you deal in your statement with the disaster management services as a particular discipline within the EMS.
Within public safety, Commissioner.
Within public safety?
Yes.
And that unit would have to it people who would manage people who have been displaced as a result of the fire. Are you able to tell us something there?
Commissioner, yes. Disaster management team, they were also summoned to the incident. They have reported to the incident command post. And in day in question, they definitely assisted us. Number one, they did a roll call of the members who has been displaced out of the building. Now, in disaster management, they've got what they call a go kit. They've got members under the non-governmental organizations that they work hand in glove with that are assisting. Now, in the day in question, Commissioner, amongst other things that we're looking at, they had to document members. They had to document children. They had to document everyone who was coming forth and say, I used to reside inside Usindiso. And why the Documentations Commissioner is that they'll also activate certain aspects of saying these people are now out of shelter, where to from now? In their own call or in their own Go Kit Commissioner, they'll have different shelters being privately owned where they'll also engage and move the members of public into. I was made to believe, Commissioner, and then question 3 shelters were used to house these members, but not only shelters like just a bed and blanket, they'll also activate what we call a relief aid. Relief aid in this case, they'll give people professional sanitary packages, things to wash, things to bath. They'll also ask the members of public to donate any form of donation, being either of services, being either of any rent that they could have, in any form of goods, be in food, be in clothes, any forms. Because bear in mind, Commissioner, this was an incident, and we had to manage it in a point. Let me also clear the issue, Commissioner. You know, when you use the word disaster management team, people tend to construe and say Usindiso was a disaster. Commissioner, there's an act in a country that prescribes to us how to declare a disaster. In this case, Usindiso was a pure incident that the city was managing with our own resources. The city never declared any disaster in the Usindiso building. Therefore, I wanted maybe to clear the issue. Disaster management, they assisted us on the incident, on the post-incident management, making sure the members are housed in a proper facility, they've been taken care of in the same space, they're also being accounted for. And what has taught us in history, Commissioner, is that we tend to have what we call language barrier with the residents in the city of Johannesburg. We've got different people speaking different languages. Some people are not coming from South Africa as a whole. They come from different settings of space. Therefore, we also touch base with the consulates where these members are coming from. And we bring those consulates also into the disaster management space. We advise them. We also engage with them. That's where it is. Not only disaster management team, by the way, Commissioner. In the city, we've got the Housing and Human Settlement Department. That team was also activated. We've got what we call Social Developmental Department. That committee was also activated to do what we call social and psychological sort of assistance. Not only doing that, Commissioner, in the same space, in EMS, we've got what we call chaplain services. Chaplain service was activated to help the members in a spiritual sort of upliftment in part of things in a point. Therefore, these members, they were sent to a shelter, they were taken care of, and I need to quantify this issue, Commissioner. These are emergency shelters. They're not from this day for 100 days to come. These are purely made for emergencies in a point. And that's how disaster management assisted on the same space, and Commissioner. And I can confirm, Commissioner, 3 shelters were used to house those members going forward.
You are part of the briefings that were given during the day. Are you able to tell us what briefings you attended?
Commissioner, first of all, midday, we then created a second incident command structure. We used Metro Bus incident command bus. That was when the first briefing happened to brief the politicians. The briefing was attended by MEC Maile from Gauteng Province Department Government, was attended by our own mayor. It was attended by different political heads. That part, it was just for political briefing to appraise our political
my witness. We're just waiting for the arrival of the witness, Chair. Chair and fellow commissioners, at the time of break, and to apologize for starting a little late. At the time of break, there was an indication that I meet with the legal teams who wanted to raise the things I will address now. They're in two categories. The first is obviously that there is an indication of an interest to cross-examine the witness. I made it plain in relation to that, well, one, obviously cross-examination in terms of the rules is not a right, it is a request that must be directed to the chair, and upon proper consideration of the motivation for it, the chair will give a direction in that regard. But as a matter of course, I have made it plain that we will, in the future, share all the material of witnesses and or material that will serve before the commission in advance to all the legal teams, so that in other respects, they are able to then formulate whatever applications they intend to formulate and have the chair make the rulings that are appropriate to such applications. And I think, Mr. Brignell, you and I and the team are agreed that is a via media we can use.
That is so. Madam Chairperson, I'm conscious that I've been instructed that unless I speak into the microphone,
Yes.
it's not recorded on the transcript.
No, perhaps, Mr. Bricknell, I just need you to confirm that's our agreement with you. If you say so, I'll say so too. Thank you. So that is the agreement regarding cross-examination. It is a right they're entitled to exercise. It is one they do by way of request. It's the one that the chair, with the powers in terms of the rules, will direct on. The second category of concerns relate to the circumstances, conditions that prevail at the temporary shelters. I have made it known that I will communicate those concerns with you, Chair, and to the commissioners. I have done that, and I have indicated the limitations in law that would say you have no powers beyond those that are conferred by the statute, and nonetheless, your desire as a commission to have the smooth running of the commission happen, some measure may be taken to address those concerns outside the formal hearing. Those are the two concerns relating to this, Chair. Otherwise, I would be proceeding with the witness.
Yes, thank you, Advocate Siminya. You may proceed with the witness.
All right. Again, I want to go with you, Director, where we were. The one is that we anticipate there will be evidence critical of the efforts of the EMS and the City of Johannesburg. That information has been shared with your attorneys, and I'm sure to the extent necessary, there will be a supplementary statement addressing those, and in the future, we might very well call upon you. All right. Those are the questions I have for the witness. May the witness be excused, subject to an understanding that if a need for his evidence further, they will oblige to have him recalled, Chair.
Thank you.
All right.
The interest to cross-examine the witness is shared by the Commission. However, the parties are given the right to cross-examine the witness at a time that will be convenient to both the evidence leader, the Commission, and the witness, so that in the interest of time, we may proceed with the further evidence of today's matter.
Thank you, Chair. I beg leave to call.
Before you call, may I just excuse the witness, Director Munacheng. Thank you, Director Munacheng, for your evidence. It has been very helpful to this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Somebody. Chair, perhaps we may need to indicate that the media, in terms of the guidelines to media and the nature of the hearings, its public interest, are all entitled to be present.
Yes. It has been brought to my attention that the media was excluded from attending these proceedings in the morning. I am going to make a ruling that the media be permitted to be part of these proceedings as from now, and they may be called in to join these proceedings now.
As you please, Madam Chair, might I just indicate I would like to call the evidence of Mr. Chauke. Mr. Chauke, if you are to give us your full names.
Okay, Risenga Thomas Chauke.
Please give us your full names.
Risenga Thomas Chauke.
I'm saying Guni must be ready next. Mr. Chauke, do you swear that the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. We have dealt with Director Munacheng in relation to the photographs that were taken at the inspection in loco. You are present, right?
Right.
Just tell us who you are in terms of background and qualification.
Okay, my name is Thomas Chauke. I'm a photographer I'm a GPT photographer based in Gauteng, Office of the Premier.
All right, and you are present, as I say, during the taking of various photographs that we dealt with this morning. Am I right?
Oh, you're right.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that those images on which the Director Munacheng was testifying are indeed copies of the originals of the photographs you took.
Oh, yes, it is true.
And it would relate to all 71 of them that have been provided to the Commission, right?
Right.
Chair, may that be admitted into evidence, that is the images and the photographs as we've got RM1. I'm proposing that we use the initials of the witness. In this instance, it would be Mr. Chauke, you said your first name is?
Thomas.
Thomas.
Yeah.
It would be TC1, Chair. May that be admitted into evidence as Exhibit TC1, i.e. all those photographs which Director Monageng testified about.
Exhibit TC1 is admitted into evidence.
I'm indebted to the Chair and Commissioners. The next witness, you may be excused. I think so, Mr. There would not be any questions, but if there are, they clearly would be subject to the same protocol that we have agreed to. The witness was merely intended to authenticate the the photography that we dealt with. Might I call Mr. Nguni, Fana Nguni? If we may be just indulged, I think the attorneys are calling him. Mr. Mguni, please give us your full names.
Commissioner, my name is Fana Goodman Mguni.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Can we deal with your personal details? You are employed by the City of Johannesburg, am I right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
In which section of the City of Johannesburg are you engaged?
I am employed in the Public Safety, City of Johannesburg EMX, as a Deputy Director, Fire and Rescue.
Okay, and you have been in this position for how long now?
Since June, this current year.
But your experience would count for what over the period you have joined to the City of Johannesburg?
I have joined the City of Johannesburg in 2008 as a station commander. From there, I was at Ekurhuleni as a shift manager. In my total service, it's 23 years in the service. I started in Benoni.
Right. And you say in specific terms, you hold what responsibility within the EMS?
I am currently a Deputy Director, Fire and Rescue.
What does that entail?
It entails me being managing the resources within the City of Johannesburg in terms of fire and rescue, then reporting to the chief, who currently is acting, Mr. Monageng.
In terms of being responsible for the fire and rescue, what would that entail?
It entails me having to conduct the risk assessment.
What would that entail?
Ensuring that when we deploy the resources, as per the risk assessment that was conducted and are being informed by the assessment itself.
Okay, just for amplification and educating us, what resources would be under your command?
It will be the fire engines, the specialized units, which ranges from your hazardous material response vehicle, the rapid intervention vehicle, which is called the RIV, your aquatic rescue unit, your heavy rescue unit, your air trucks, turntable ladders, your hydraulic skylift rescue units.
Okay. And the Director Monageng has told us a whole table of services that are deployed when necessary. He has also told the Commission about matters like Alarm 1, Alarm 2, Alarm 3, and Alarm 4. Did you hear that evidence?
I didn't hear that evidence, Commissioner.
But for completeness, you can just tell us in short what those concepts mean to you.
That information, as you put it, Commissioner, it's from the document that we use, which is called PDAs, Predetermined Assistance, whereby when you are at the command center or at the fire ground or at the fire station, with that information, it will actually give you information to say if or there is a fire incident that involves, for argument's sake, a 3-story building. These are the resources that you need to dispatch initially.
All right. And depending on the various levels of complexity, they may even go up to Alarm 4.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right. Regarding the matter of 31 August 2023, i.e. this year, there was a fire incident at Usindiso. You are aware of it?
I'm aware, Commissioner.
And in discharge of your functions, you've consulted various individuals in the emergency command center. Am I right? You've compiled information given the various reports you were given.
Commissioner, my job is operation. Our colleagues that actually compile such information, it's Mr. David Tabe from the command center.
Yes. Yes. And his title would be what in relation to what we are discussing, Mr. Tabe?
He's the Divisional Chief, Emergency Command Center.
Okay. Would you know a Mr. Tipe?
Correct, Chairperson. Mr. Tipe is my colleague. He's a platoon commander at Fairview Fire Station.
Do you know the role he played on the day, i.e. 31 August 2023?
Correct, Chairperson. Mr. Tipe was the first responder who responded to the incident in question.
All right. Mr. Koza, do you know him?
Correct, Chairperson. Mr. Koza was the third incident commander. Incident commander that was actually dispatched to the same incident.
And you'd obviously be familiar with the various other individuals. I want to play for you a video and ask you some few questions there and end. Let me start here. Give us the facilities that are there in the emergency command center.
In the emergency command center, we've got the camera site where we monitor the cameras around the city, and we've got the dispatching site which we dispatch both the JMPD and the EMS to actually emergency medical incidents.
And relevant to the events of the 31st of August 2023, are you familiar with imagery that was portrayed in those cameras or through those cameras to the emergency command center?
No, Commissioner, I haven't seen the footages. Hence, I indicated Mr. Tabe is the one who's working at the command center. He had the privilege to actually go through the footage.
And would it be him who would be able to speak on the fire incident report?
That's me who actually drafted the fire incident report, Commissioner.
Based on the information given to you by some of them, am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
And you therefore can account to the fire incident report as an official document recording what would have been done by the emergency services on the day and in relation to Usindiso. Would that be right?
That's correct, Commissioner. How we, the process or the procedure, the initial incident commander will then prepare a fire report. Then after that, because this was an unusual incident, then the head of department, which in this case it will be myself under operation, then will prepare a report to go and present to our MMC Public Safety on the Section 79 Portfolio Committee.
All right. And you have given a statement in relation to what would have been your role, am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
Just look at the document now shown to you and tell us whether you recognize the signature at the foot of that page.
I recognize the document and it's my signature.
All right. Chair, fellow commissioners, might this be marked an exhibit as FM1 and be admitted into evidence?
FM1 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I want to go through with you the statement, the exhibit FM1. You would have, as you say, received information from, among others, those who were in the command center at the time of the fire. Is that right?
Commissioner, can you repeat your question? I think
I'm
it's
saying,
not clear to me.
as you say, the fire incident report to which you are a signatory would have included information that you got from some of your members who were at the time of the fire in the command center.
The information that it's on the document, Commissioner, it's from the communication between myself, Mr. Tipe, and Mr. Khoza.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to establish with you, that report, which I intend to have as an exhibit, would be informed inter alia by the information you obtained from them.
Correct, Commissioner.
I want to show you a document, and please identify it for us.
I recognize the document. This is the document that I was referring to in terms of the report that I will draft, then present it to the Public Safety MMC.
Thank you. Before dealing with its contents, can I ask Madam Commissioner, fellow commissioners, that this be admitted into evidence as FN3, as an exhibit?
FM2. 2.
2, yes.
Yes. Exhibit FM2 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. Now the report reads as follows. It's called a structural fire report, Usindiso building, number 80 Albert Street corner, De Villiers, but it should be corner Delvers. Okay. And it would read strategic thrust, a safety city, B, a sustainable service delivery. You wrote in the report under paragraph 2, objective. The objective of this report is to inform the safety section 79 portfolio committee about the unusual structural fire that occurred at Usindiso building, number 80 Albert Street, corner Delver Street, Marshalltown, Johannesburg. Am I reading correctly?
Correct, Commissioner.
And under paragraph 3, you say, as a summary, on the 31st of August 2023 at about 01:21, a structural fire call was received at the City of Johannesburg COJ Command Center, and the first turnout responder was dispatched at about 01:25 to the incident. Fairview Fire Engine arrived on scene at 01:36. You have a table below that which records the day, date, call received, time, mobile call number, weather, and wind. Under that appears the day is a Thursday, the date is the 31 August 2023, call received is 0125, time mobile 0128, and there is a call number there. You describe the weather as being cold and no wind there. Am I right?
Correct, with the information that I got from my colleagues.
Yes. Under paragraph 3.2 is a discussion you make of those events. Can I just quickly go through those? It's a discussion under paragraph 3.2 that reads, on arrival during their size up, the fire crew found a 5-story building engulfed with flames on the ground floor and first floor. Fire spread and contained third floor. During the process on the ground floor and first floor, during the process scene, assessment and size up, firefighter crews discovered 2 fatalities outside the building and 8 injured victims, which were handed over to the medical teams. During the search and rescue operations, the number of deceased victims increased. Other occupants from the building were jumping through the windows. Additional vehicles and manpower were requested by the incident commander. An offensive interior firefighting method was implemented from the northern wing of the building using 2 38mm fire hoses. The main water supply was established from a hydrant at the corner of Albert and Troy Streets. The report continues to say the second fire engine, engine 07, arrived at about 01:45 and assisted with a fire attack from the south face using 2 38mm fighting hose, and water supply was established from the hydrant on the corners of Delvers and Melrose. The report continues. Ladder 02 was positioned next to engine 6, in parentheses, northern side of the affected building upon arrival. Ladder 2 crew initiated the rescue operation where 2 live victims were rescued from the roof of the building. Thereafter, Ladder 02 was used for exterior fire attack using the master stream as well as 1 38mm fire hose as the water tower to fight the fire on the 3rd floor. The report continues. During the interior firefighting operation, it was discovered that most of the fire escape routes were not accessible due to locked gates, and the rescue team had to gain access by initiating forcible entry using braking tools on the northern face main entrance, entrance 1, and the steps on the east side of the northern face, entrance 2. On arrival of the divisional chief, Mr. Khoza, the decision was taken to move engine 07 from south face to assist engine 06 crews with the interior fire attack from entrance 1. The main objective was to prevent the rapid fire spread, as it was discovered that the fire was now spreading to the third floor. The team managed to contain the fire on the third floor and prevented further fire spread to the eastern face of the building. Continues to say, on arrival of additional 2 vehicles, water tanker 05 and heavy rescue 12, the water tanker was deployed to provide water supply to leather 02. The heavy rescue team was deployed to conduct a search and rescue operation, and this was done simultaneously in conjunction with fire attack operations. More bodies were discovered, and the number was increasing rapidly within a short period of time. Part of the heavy rescue 12 team was a rapid intervention team, a standby team. The fire was stopped at around 0500, resumed with a damping down, which prolonged up to 12:30, while search and recovery was also in progress. At 900 hours, a total of 73 recovered and handed over to forensic and pathology services, and 55 victims of different frontiers were transported to various healthcare facilities within the city. That 73 should read recovered bodies, am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
The east face of the building, which comprises of 3 floors, was saved from the fire damage, and the occupants were evacuated safely. You confirm that?
I confirm that.
Emergency management services, proactive services, in parentheses, fire safety, officers were deployed for a fire cause determination and to address all fire and rescue operations safety, including monitoring of the building, stability, and flow integrity. Am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
A physical search and recovery conducted by the fire crews to sweep the entire building, ensuring that there is no victim that was missed. This operation had to be done in conjunction with SAPS K9 unit. However, due to the area not being safe for the dogs, the K9 search and recovery was called off until the following day, where entire building had cooled off from all the hot ashes and debris. At 1740, this is now the afternoon, a structural engineer, Mr. Nyeleti, was also deployed to the incident to conduct a structural integrity assessment and provide recommendations regarding the stability of the affected structures. The building was declared unsafe for occupation. However, access was granted for investigation and such operations. In parentheses, please see Annexure A for engineer report. The scene was called off around 2200 hours and handed over to SAPS as the scene was declared a crime scene. On 1 September 2023 at around 7 o'clock in the morning, EMS searched and rescue and SAPS K9 met on site and conducted a dog search operation to ensure that no victims and or body parts were left behind. The operation took about 2 hours and no additional fatalities were found. Only few body parts were found and handed over to the forensic pathology services on site. paragraph 3.3 of the report reads, firefighting and rescue procedure. It outlines as the first bullet point, incident command bus was identified as a command post. One ladder truck was used to rescue some few victims and firefighting that's bulletproof 2. Bullet point 3, 2 fire engines were supplying 4 attack lines with constant water pressure as hydrants were allocated on arrival. Bullet point 4, 1 water tanker was constantly supplying a ladder with water. The next and last bullet point, heavy rescue crews were responsible for body recovery and rapid intervention team for firefighters, i.e. the rescuers. Your paragraph 3.4 of the report deals with incident management and says the following. The following positions were given to officers on scene as to manage the incident. Bullet point 1, Mr. Sima Singe was an incident commander. Bullet point 2, Mr. C. Erakia, spelled E-R-R-A-K-I-A, from GPG EMS, was appointed as a medical officer. Bullet point 3, JMPD, Director Jaka, were appointed as traffic control officers. Bullet point 4, SAPS General Marshal were appointed for law enforcement as people were busy intruding into the building. Next bullet point, Station Commander Mr. Nyati was also performing staging officer duties. Next bullet point, Platoon Commander Mr. Tipe was appointed as an operational manager and handed over to Mr. Msibi. Next bullet, Mr. S. Luvuno was appointed as logistics officer. Mr. R. Mulauzi, media liaison officer, as the next bullet point. The next was Mr. W. Murupisi, occupational health and safety and quality assurance and entry control officer. Chief chaplain for counseling services is the next bullet point. Chaplain Sempani and Chaplain Govinda. Next bullet point, fire ops were also participating on fireground operations. Eguruleni is the last bullet point. Water tanker arrived but was not engaged to any duties as EMS crews had managed to extinguish the fire by the time they arrived. You have a table on the report which lists vehicles that were in attendance in accordance to South African National Standards 10090, the standard for high-rise building requirements. In the table you have, at the top of the table, various columns being station, vehicle, crew, time mobile, arrive time, time to stop, and available. Below that you have Fairview Station, engine 06. The crew were 6 members. Time mobile 0125. They arrived there at 0136 and they stop at 12:30, and 22 is indicated as available. Fairview Station is an air truck 06, crew of 2. Time mobile 0125. Time arrived 0136. Time stop 12:30 and 21 available. The Malvern Fire Station, you have engine number 7, number of crew members being 6, time mobile 0130, time arrival 0145, 12:30 is the time they stopped, and we have available 8:30 there. Sandton Fire Station, ladder 15, you have 4 crew members in it. You have 1:35 being time mobile and arrival time being 2. with a time of stopping 12:30 and 1500 hours available. Sandton Fire Station, Air Truck 15, crew 02 members, 0135 time mobile, and 2 o'clock time arrival, with time stop 12:30 and 15 being available. Diepsloot, there you had a water tanker, crew 5 of people there, and time mobile 0200, time arrival of 0340, 12:30 being the time stopped, and available at 0800. North View Fire Station, heavy rescue, 5 crew members, time mobile 0300, arrival time 0320, time stopped 12:30, available 15. Goes over the page to record incident command unit, Eagle 4, and corresponding column is 1, corresponding column 0430, corresponding column 0445, 12:30, and delivery 2100. Incident command unit is Eagle 2, 1 person there, 0720, corresponding 0725 arrival, 12:30 and 21 of those available. You confirm that to be the correct resources available and personnel on the day?
Correct, Chairperson.
Shall we continue under paragraph 3.5? We have the report telling us that fatalities and injuries, bullet point 1, 66 adults were found dead. Next bullet point, 7 of those being children. And last point being that 55 at the time of writing the report were injured patients. Am I correct?
You are correct.
The bodies of the deceased were transported to the government mortuary in Diepkloof. Families of those that are deceased were advised to go to the above government mortuary. And you have the second table on the foot of page 5 of the report that says the following. It's a table on the columns recording hospital transporting service and priority. For instance, 1 would be Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. It is written Bara. It is ER24, and then says under priority, 3 times P3. What would P3 stand for?
It's the term that it's a medical term that we use as emergency department. Priority 1 will be your very or serious patient. Priority 2, it's your moderate with moderate injury, patient with moderate injuries, and your priority 3 will be your walk-in patients, and priority 4 will be your deceased patients.
So your triage would categorize various patients depending on the seriousness of their condition.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. You then have Hillbrow Clinic, I think it is, with ER24 and 5 of the P2 category. Right? Third, you have Charlotte Macleke with an ER24 and 1 P1 category patient as a priority. You have again Bara recording under column 4, GPG EMS 3 by P2. Next, you would have Hillbrow Clinic with GPG EMS. You have it in brackets as PPT 71, 5 persons categorized as priority 3. Helen Joseph Hospital is 6 next, recording GPG EMS PPT 71, 18 individuals prioritized as P3. Bara again, you have it along the line 7, recording ER24 with priority 2P2. 8, you record South Rand Hospital, GPG, EMS 4 by P2. As number 8, you have 9, South Rand Hospital, GPG, EMS 4 by P3. You have Hillbrow again, GPG, EMS 5 P3 individuals. You have under 11, Hillbrow Clinic as well, GPG, EMS, recording P2 category individuals as 3, with Charlotte Makeke under 12 being taken by Netcare with 2 P1 priority individuals. Am I right?
Correct, Commissioner.
I'm reading, and please confirm with me, under 3.6, various noted challenges in this operation. Bullet point 1, you record, most of the people sustained injuries due to jumping out of the building, through the windows, smoke inhalation, and burn injuries. You have under bullet point 2, the escape routes were blocked by the locked burglar bars within the passages and brick and mortar built on the stairway, which made firefighting and evacuation difficult. On ground floor, shacks were built with carbonaceous material, i.e. paper boards and plastic, that has a low resistance to fire, bends and spreads fire rapidly, which was evident in that the housekeeping was not in order and not according to building regulations. You record under the next bullet point, fire spread had a great impact that resulted to many people losing their lives and causing a fire damage to the property. The fire was mostly concentrated on the ground floor and first floor, whereby most of bodies were discovered. You have under paragraph 3.7 of the report dealing with post-fire incident activities. The report records at daybreak a total of 420 victims stroke survivors of the fire incident were identified and accounted for. Disaster management team, in conjunction with other city departments, i.e. Social Development and Human Settlement Department, initiated and implemented humanitarian relief efforts. Among activities, these 3 temporary accommodations were identified, namely 1, the Hofland Community Hall, number 85 5th Street Avenue, Bez Valley. Number 2, Ekaya Shelter, number 303 Smith Street, Hillbrow. 3, Impilo Shelter, number 535 Main Street, Fairview. Several non-profit organizations and non-governmental agencies offered various humanitarian aid and assistance. These included Gift of the Givers, South African Council of Churches, South African Red Cross, and the others. The conclusion is captured under paragraph 3.8 of the report and records all buildings should meet fire safety requirements, and a plan has to be put in place to deal with abandoned, dilapidated, and hijacked buildings. There is a paragraph 3.9 on your report dealing with management in attendance. You record first bullet, Station Commander Sinyati. You record under next, Acting Divisional Chief MP Koza. Next bullet, Acting Divisional Chief S. Mbata. Next bullet point, Deputy Director FG Nguni. Next bullet, Director Proactive Services Masinge. Next bullet, Acting Director Operations C. Mukhatle. Next bullet, Acting Executive Head R. Munacheng. Next bullet, Manager Communications, Mr. Mulaudzi, spelled M-U-L-A-U-D-Z-I. Paragraph 4 records policy implications. You record under the first bullet, Fire Brigade Services Act 99 of 1987, You then, under the next bullet, say Municipal Systems Act, and you talk about the South African national standards as the next bullet under that paragraph. 5 would tell us you deal with legal and constitutional implications. To that, the report records, this report is submitted in compliance with the reporting provisions contained in the Municipal Systems Act, number 32 of 2000. You have under paragraph 6 of the report financial implications. You table those. I'll have to just record them on the record as well. It is a column it's a table recording in various columns, the station, the vehicle, the crew, the hour rating appliance, hour rating crew, duration and amount. It reads Fairview Station, engine 06, crew 06, hour rating appliance 852.00. I would think that would relate to rent per hour, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
And the next would be 399 as an hour rating per crew, and the duration would have been 2,000 hours with a total indicated as 64,920 rand. Fairview Station records the report air truck number 06 with 2 personnel, 852 rating appliance, crew per hour being 399, doing 1,900 hours against a value of 31,350. Malvern Fire Station, engine 07, crew 06 with a rating hour of 852, a rating per crew of 399, hours recorded being 7 against a total of 22,722. Station fire, that is Santon, ladder 15, 4 crew members, rating appliance at 852 per hour, and that of crew being 399 per member, doing 11 hours of work against a value of 26,928 rand. Santon Station, Fire Station, air truck 15, 2 personnel, crew members, 852 being the rating appliance with 399 crew member as a cost, having done 11 hours against a value of 18,150 rand. Diepsloot would have had a water tanker with 5 crew members, rating appliance of 852R, and our rating for a crew member of 399 doing 7 hours against a value of 19,929. Over the page you deal with North View Fire Station, which was the heavy rescue with crew of 5 at the values 852 and per crew member 399 doing 12 hours against a total of 34,164 rand. Incident Command Unit IC bus 15, 1 crew member, 852 rating, 399 crew member, 27 hours at a total value of 33,777. Incident Command Unit IC bus 04, 1 crew member at the rate 852 at crew rate of 399, 15 hours against total value of 18,765. The total there being represented as 270,705 rand. I've read that correctly also.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. We go to paragraph 7 where it deals the report that is with communication implications. The bullet point records under there, the impact of the fire incident continues to be in the spotlight. As a result, the city communicates on a regular basis to the media on the latest developments. Paragraph 8, Other departments, stroke bodies that were consulted: South African Police Service, first bullet. Next, Gauteng Provincial Government Ambulance Services. Next, Forensic Pathology Services. Next bullet, Johannesburg Metropolitan MPD. Next bullet, Disaster Management. Another bullet, Fire Safety, in bracket COJ EMS. Next bullet point, COJ, a Human Settlement. Next bullet, Structural Engineer. Next bullet, COJ, Social Development Department. And there are recommendations in the report that says under paragraph 1, the content of the report be noted. 2, that the city should make sure that all buildings within its jurisdiction should meet all fire safety requirements. 3, that a plan must be put in place to deal with abandoned, dilapidated, and hijacked buildings. It bears your signature, as you indicated earlier, and we have the document as an exhibit and marked. Have I read the report correctly?
Correct, Commissioner.
Those are the questions I have for the witness, Chair, Madam Chair, and Commissioners. Again, I think we will follow the protocol that to the extent that any cross-examination is warranted, the request will be made. You would give the direction, Chair, in terms of the rules.
Okay. Ms. Brian? Yes.
I'm aligned with the director.
You are aligned with the directive. And Ms. Dumedi?
Just for the record, there's no mention of
Your own witness.
No,
And
thank you.
Mr. Brickhill?
Madam Chair, we will also follow the same process in indicating rights in our interest.
I'm indebted to the teams. Madam Chair, reading the report into the record, I went beyond your break time. Shall we take a short adjournment if you can?
The Commission will take a short adjournment.
statement as an exhibit and marked LT1.
LT1 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we, Mr. Tipe, deal with your personal details? You have given us your name. Who do you work for?
I work for the city of Johannesburg
And this is since when?
Since 2005.
What is your academic background?
I'm a platoon commander.
Academic background.
With a qualification, I've got a degree in fire technology and honors qualification in public management.
All right. And your rank now?
I'm a platoon commander.
What would a platoon commander do in the city of Johannesburg?
I've got a platoon that reports to me, a total of about 12 platoon that reports to me.
You're stationed where now?
I'm stationed at Fairview Fire Station.
And this is in Johannesburg?
In Johannesburg, Commissioner.
Yeah. You know these hearings are about the events of 31 August 2023 relating to a fire that was at Usindiso building.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can you tell us, as a platoon commander, what you had to do with that event or incident?
We had to do fire attack and victim removal.
How did you get to do that?
Upon arrival, Commissioner,
why did you arrive there?
We were called for a building on fire. We call it the 1039.
Sorry, just repeat. The 1039.
1039. It's our fire code. It's a building on fire.
Okay.
Upon arrival.
Sorry, let me take you back. You are where when you received the call?
We were at the station, Commissioner.
Okay, this is around what time do you recall?
We received the call at 01:25.
Yes, and what happens and what did happen when you received the call on the morning?
Normally when the fire calls comes through, a person that is working on the watch room. The watch room is someone that receives a call from control. We'll take the details and then hit the bell to notify us that there's a call.
Yes, and the observation room would have various monitors on which the feed-in from cameras show various aspects of the city, am I right?
Sorry, Commissioner, can you repeat that?
The center with a panel of screens there are fed by cameras around the city indicating the status of things happening there.
Yes, it's in the control center.
Yes. And then you got the bell, and what happened next?
We responded to the sound of the bell. Normally, with our protocol, when the bell rings, we get dressed and we rush off to the fire engine. In the fire engine, that's where all the vehicles, responding vehicles, are parked at.
All right.
So I go to the watch room, collect the information, the address of the incident, and then we respond to the fire call. And
you say you arrive at the scene what time?
We arrived on scene at 01:27.
01:27.
01, sorry, Commissioner, 01:36.
01:36. Okay. And you would be a team of how many?
We responded with 2 vehicles. The initial fire engine had 6 of us, and the air truck had a crew of 2 people.
All right. You would be a team ordinarily referred to as the first responders to an incident such as this?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And you were then dispatched with your platoon, as you describe it. What would have been your responsibilities and what were your responsibilities when you got to site?
On arrival, we noticed the confirmed building which was on fire, and there was a lot of people from the building who were outside. So our responsibility then was to try to initiate a fire attack and to gain entry into the building for rescue purposes.
Yeah, just take it a little bit slow. You arrive there, what do you immediately observe? You tell us you saw the building is on fire.
Yes, Commissioner.
Which part of the building was on fire on your arrival?
We came down with Delvas Street. So our approach was coming down Delvas, and then the building was right in front of us. We parked on Delvas and Albert Street. And then we noticed that the flames were coming from the basement and the first floor. That's where most of the flames were coming from.
Yeah, just for completeness of description, what you say is basement is the ground floor. Could I be right?
Yes, Commissioner, in first floor.
Okay. And a second fire engine arrived, according to your statement, coming from Malvern. Am I correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And your statement to tell us also that you did a fire assessment on arrival.
Yes, Commissioner.
You would have been the most senior one on site at the time of your arrival, am I right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Can you tell us in your own words what it is that you do on arrival?
On arrival, what we do is we call it a 360 scene survey to assess the extent and the damage of the building and what we need to initiate or where we're going to initiate our first attack and to gain entry into the building.
You use the word attack before you are misunderstood. What is a fire attack?
A fire attack is when you have identified the point of entry or to go to the fire. Then you run your fire lines from the fire engine to the fire.
So what you are attacking is the fire?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Proceed.
So what I did is I did a scene assessment. Whilst I was doing the scene assessment, we've got a crew that takes out the fire hoses to prepare for fire attack because it is confirmed. Whilst they're doing that, the public came. They were trying to help us in a way, but they started pulling the hoses from the fire engine, which was interfering with our operation. So I identified an SAP vehicle to help us with the crowd control so that we can proceed with the fire attack, Commissioner.
You got that assistance for public order policing. It was done, right?
It was done, Commissioner.
Okay. What further operations do you do?
And then we advanced, we went to identify the points of entry. So on the corners of Delvas and Albert Street, there was a cage of steel that they built.
There was a
cage that they built against the structure. So we tried to gain entrance through that. It was locked, Commissioner.
Okay, we have had a description of how the Usindiso building looks like. This would have been on the northern side of the building along Delva Street.
Along Delvas, yes, Commissioner.
And you say it was locked. What do you mean by that?
It was there was steel gates, so we couldn't gain entrance through that.
Okay.
So we had to identify the second entry, which was further to the east. There was an entrance there. It was not used for the building occupants. To my assessment is they used to use it prior for parking. So we attempted to enter there. It was also, they built gates there. There was steel structure in. It was also locked.
Okay.
So in that we did forcible entry, where we cut through the gates to gain entry.
Okay.
So what we did is we identified and we sent 2 fire hoses for interior attack through that gate. And also in the main entrance, we did forcible entry through those gates, and then we also sent the 2 fire attacks.
This is now at the corner of Albert and Delvas.
corner of Albert and Delvas, we initiated 2 attacks, and also in Albert Street on the east side entrance, we also initiated attack that side.
The one adjacent to the clinic, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. At that time, you described that there is a fire raging on the ground floor and the first floor.
Yes, Commissioner.
What happens to that fire?
The behavior of the fire was abnormal to our assessment. The flames was too violent and they were coming through the windows. So we had to try to control the fire from outside before entering. Whilst we were busy trying to gain entry, the lady came to me. She was screaming. She said, "Can she have my tank?" Because she wanted to go through into the building to. She had a baby inside. She said the baby was 2 years of age. She wanted to go inside to go and rescue the baby. So I asked the lady, "Where's the baby at?" She showed me on the side, on Delvas Street, I think the second window. She pointed and she said the baby was in there. So I called the team. I sent them through with a fire attack line to try to extinguish the fire, to go through to that room and try to search in that room to find the baby. Upon entry, they shortly came back. They said the flames was too much. There was too much smoke. The visibility was compromised. And on top of that, on the stairs as they entered, they saw a heap of bodies, about 4 bodies that they saw.
Yes. You say the fire was abnormal. We have heard that part of the reason for that could have been the fact that, well, the fire chief calls it carbonaceous material, but by that I understood him to say there is flammable material like cardbox and such material.
Yes, Commissioner. What we identified is in that structure, they were building rooms where they were staying in. So those materials they were using to build those rooms are the flammable materials.
Which shouldn't be in the building in the manner they were, right?
They shouldn't be there, Commissioner.
Yeah, you describe having seen 2 bodies lying on the ground and about 8 of the occupants injured and outside. Am I right?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. May this be a convenient stage, my lady, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to be a little while with this witness. Can we recommence tomorrow at 10 o'clock?
These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.